I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the Palo Alto Parks and Recreation Commission meeting on Tuesday, August 26, 2025. I'd like to call the meeting to order and start with a roll call.
Commissioner Deng,
Here.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Here.
Chair Freeman,
Here.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Cripps,
Here.
Commissioner Way.
Here.
For the record, we do have Council Member Julie Lithcott-Hames with us as well.
Thank you. So now is the opportunity for public comments for those who want to address the commission on non-agenda items. If there are any members of the public who are in person or would like to address the commission in person, please fill out a speaker card and submit it to the clerk. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand and the clerk will acknowledge your presence.
We currently have one public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Roger Smith.
First of all, I want to thank all of you.
Yep, sorry about that.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank all of you for being on the commission. It's really good and a lot of hard work. I spend a lot of time down at Mitchell Park and Magical Bridge. Over there over the weekend, I noticed for the third or fourth time, 4 RVs in the parking lot. And I would just, maybe you could pass on that I don't think the RVs should be in the parking lot with all the kids and everything. So thank you. Thanks for your good work.
That concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you, Roger, for your comments. We appreciate your time in the comments. So we'll move on to our first agenda item, which is the approval of the minutes. We actually have 3 minutes from starting with May 27th, 2025, June 24th, 2025, and July 22nd, 2025. If I get a motion to approve those minutes. We can do a separate motion. I understand we can do them all at once. Okay, let's, okay. I get a motion to approve the May 27, 2025 minutes. You get a motion for approval?
I will make a motion to approve the May 27th minutes. Thank you.
A second.
Thank you. We can get a vote, please.
Commissioner Kleinhaus,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cripps,
Yes.
Chair Freeman,
Yes,
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Deng,
Yes.
Commissioner Way.
Yes.
Motion carries.
thank you. We get a motion for the June 24th, 2025 Parks and Recreation Committee summary minutes.
I will so move to approve the June 24th, 2025 minutes.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cripps,
Yes.
Commissioner Way,
Yes.
Commissioner Deng,
Yes.
Chair Freeman,
Yes,
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Abstain.
Motion carries.
thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get the motion to approve the July 22nd, 2025 Parks and Recreation Commission draft summary minutes.
Motion to approve. Second.
Thank you.
Chair Freeman,
Yes,
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Cripps,
Yes.
Commissioner Way,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Greenfield,
Yes.
Commissioner Dang,
Yes.
and Commissioner Kleinhaus.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is city official reports. We'll start with the council liaison report.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep my report short. I know it's a busy night with a full agenda, but I just want to open with gratitude to the PRC on behalf of the City Council and to the staff involved in the Community Services Department. We know how hard you're all working on the myriad issues that come before you and are grateful for your work and your service. To the comment, the public comment that was made tonight by Roger Smith, just wanted the community to know that just last night, right in here, the Policy and Services Committee had a meeting exclusively devoted to the question of how to address the impacts of RVs parked in various places around the city while also figuring out how to better support our unhoused community. It was a robust conversation last night. The place was packed. And there will be additional follow-up from that, to be sure. I think the greatest intersection council and the PRC has right now is Cubberley. As you know, we are on a very fast track to try to put a bond measure on the ballot a little over a year from now, and the city council and staff continues its work apace on garnering community input on what the redeveloped, redesigned, revamped, revitalized Cubberley might look like. And I'm grateful that you all have given input along the way, and that will continue. We really appreciate your thoughtfulness around that issue. And I remain very optimistic that we're going to bring this enormous project over the finish line, but it's going to take all of us, everyone here on the dais certainly, and staff and council and the community doing its part. Just in terms of council, the first two meetings back, we've dived in mostly to hearing proposed housing projects, which is exciting and important. And we had a meeting about how to be more efficient in the use of our time, how to not have meetings go super long, how to get things handled more efficiently. We're all trying to do the work of the city without overly taxing our incredibly hardworking staff and making sure that those of us who are up here are also awake and that meetings don't go super late at night. So if that's a hint for how hopefully tonight won't be super late and people will have the energy they need to handle these important conversations. It's such a careful balancing act to do all of the work in a timely fashion. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the department report.
Good evening, let me start over. Good evening, commissioners and Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. Sarah is going to do the department report, but before we start that, I wanted to make a formal introduction of Ben Heistein, who's sitting to my left. Ben is our new Assistant Director of Open Space, Parks, and Golf in the Community Services Department. I'm personally very happy to have him here and excited to continue working with him. And I will turn it over to Ben to say a few words.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ben Heistein. I'm very excited to join the team. Look forward in working with the commission and the community to move forward our shared goals and objectives. And it's been 3 weeks and it's already been a great start. Met a lot of good people and really excited to accomplish great things here. So thank you very much for having me. And I'll turn it back over to Sarah.
Good evening, commissioners and Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. The department report we'll just jump right into if we can advance the slide. So there are 2 upcoming brand new events. On your left-hand side of the screen, the pancakes in the park. So if you're looking to not cook breakfast, you're welcome. We just ask that you register, but this is in our parks. It's with the City of Palo Alto Police Department, Fire and Emergency Services. They will be firing up the grill for pancakes. And it's a way to also learn about our emergency services and safeguarding our community. There will be a lot of fun activities for kids and a chance to get up close and personal with the emergency vehicles. So another in the center of your screen is the Pet Palooza, which is the first ever celebration of pets and community featuring a pet parade, costume contest, pet-related activities. So we wanted to call that out here. It will be taking place October 11th. And that's from 10 to noon. And then on the far right of your screen is the Moonlight Run, and that is on Friday, October 3rd, and registration is currently open. Next slide, please. So we wanted to just showcase and recap some of our recent events. The MSC Open House at the Municipal Service Center was a showcase of behind the scenes work that we do with the community. We saw a lot of commissioners there, council, volunteers, and a lot of community members, and we wanted to thank you all for attending. Next up is a also brand new event. This took place just this past Friday, and it was hosted by our recreation team, held on Cal Ave to promote downtown the business district. So there were 15 teams. They all competed for first, second, and third place on Cal Ave. It was a huge success, and we look forward to planning next year's event. Next slide. We, again, we just welcomed Ben, and you met our new assistant director. We want to welcome and congratulate him. In addition to, we had an internal promotion. George Chang is our park ranger for Baylands. He was recently promoted out of the OST position, so we're excited to have him now full-time. And then Eric Larson is a program assistant, and you'll be seeing him at Lucy Stern. Current recruitments also include our Public Works Coordinator, who will be helping out with a lot of our ongoing projects. And then we have one more recruitment that's taking place for Park Ranger at Baylands. To the right of your screen, we just wanted to call out volunteer opportunities. We have 3 commissioner terms, 2 who are terming out in October. So I know 3 openings. The deadline is September 24th for anybody who's interested. And I believe some chair as well as others should have received an email about this. Next slide. So Coverly updates will be coming back at your September meeting with a more in-depth update, but wanted to just flag the project page. You can scan the QR code if you haven't signed up yet. And Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes also mentioned this project. We have a community meeting, the 3rd one, September 17th, taking place, and we're soliciting still community feedback. So we hope you get involved. Next. We wanted to provide an update of the Palo Alto Unified School District athletic fields and court update. This agreement, we were just notified by the school district that they have intent to terminate our field and court maintenance and brokering agreement effective November 11th. The district's intent is to seek an improved quality and pursue alternative maintenance options. This transition, the school district will honor existing user groups that have been scheduled, and our next steps as staff is working with the Palo Alto Unified School District to transition reservation systems, and then also close out the agreement. Turf study, we'll get a little bit more in depth on this item later this evening. Wanted to kind of just call out those check marks there. Those have already been completed. And then with the bracket, that's where we're at, right? We're soliciting feedback and public comment on the draft turf study that is currently open to the public for comment through September 3rd. We'll be discussing it tonight with an option to come back at your next September meeting for an action if the Parks and Rec Commission wishes, and then delivering the full report and presentation to council October 20th. Next slide. So just last Thursday, there was a Valley Water Tidegate public meeting. And that meeting Valley Water held to gather feedback about the Palo Alto Flood Basin Tidegate seismic retrofit project. It was a hybrid event, and it was held at Mitchell Park Community Center, attracted a total of 30 public participants with a total of 13 people in attendance. Among some of the in-person audience was Valley Water Director Rebecca Eisenberg and Palo Alto City staff. 17 people also joined via Zoom. And Valley Water also is planning to provide openings and closing remarks. They provided that during the presentation, covered also a project overview, scope of work, and followed up with a question and answer session where staff engaged with the community members. Next slide. So an update for Arasadero Preserve, we installed some trail wayfinding signage. This is a new upgrade and wanted to showcase that here. Next slide. Greer Park basketball courts are now open. This was an update where we expanded courts and then also put down acrylic resurfacing. And people have been using it and out playing. It's great to see. Next slide. So in terms of the Stanford Palo Alto Community Playing Fields, or otherwise known as Mayfield, on the left of your screen, you'll see some lines. We have been creating a tree buffer to protect the trees around during this field replacement. And there's a 5-foot buffer on the red line, 3-foot buffers on the yellow lines. And then something that as you pass by, you might notice there are on the upper right-hand photo, black kind of tarps or on the screens. And that's so grading can shooting grades can take place. The lasers were having actually a lot of hard times due to the autonomous vehicles that were driving by. So that is, wanted to just note that, and that's the reason why. And that project's on target, scheduled to be completed in December of this year. Next slide. And wanted to kind of round out with a Ventura Park, which is a resurfacing. If you remember in last year, there was a community member that came, provided a presentation, a young individual who proposed a traffic garden, did some fundraising. This project is currently underway. Design has been completed. A complete asphalt resurfacing has already taken place in preparation for that acrylic resurfacing. In addition, we are coupling that with new basketball courts. That work has started today. And the traffic garden will also happen once the basketball portion is phased. So we're sequencing the work. And we'll be excited to showcase this at hopefully our next commission meeting. Next slide. That concludes the departmental report. Any questions?
Thank you. As always, thank you for the very informative report. I will pass it on to members of the commission who might have questions for you. Any commissioners? Commissioner Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for the detailed report. Lots of stuff going on. Regarding the PASD ending the field and court agreement, have stakeholders been notified of this?
Sorry. They have not been directly notified, but we've collected all the information and submitted it or transferred it over to PAUSD so they can reach out, but we will make that direct contact this week.
Great, thanks. I think that'd be great to let people know. Surprised to hear the news, but hopefully things will proceed well. Regarding the traffic garden, do you have an ETA for when it would open?
We're hopeful that we'll have a full schedule and it will be completed next month. So in September, we're still waiting on a formalized schedule. And once I have that, I'm planning to notify all the stakeholders. So you'll be made aware. Same with Nara, who is the community member. I've been keeping her up to date on all the progress.
So we're solidly on track to open it in fall of this year.
Correct.
Which goes through December 21st. So sounds pretty safe. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Cribbs.
Is there an update on the first tee? Please.
Yeah, actually, great question, Commissioner Cribbs. We've been meeting with First Tee weekly and have made a lot of progress. We're on target to have an agreement ready. Our target is October with the interim agreement through end of February. So making sure that the agreements all bundled, we're on all in agreement, and it will go to PRC at an upcoming meeting, and then in addition to City Council.
So that's really great news. I'm really glad to hear that. There was a celebration of 25 years of First Tee in San Jose, our Silicon Valley First Tee, very well attended by all the kids, but also the coaches and many, many elected officials, including the state Speaker of the Legislature, who are very excited about First Tee possibilities and what it means for kids all over, and excited about coming to Palo Alto. They called that out in the meeting. So anyhow.
Thank you, Commissioner Wei.
Thanks, Chair. Great report. Thanks for the update, and especially congratulations for the already successful events. And see you're busy having new events, the pancake as well as the pet events. Pancake is also, I think, event similar to Menlo Park. They have a fireman versus residents, right? So be looking forward to see that. Just a thought, not necessarily putting more on your plate. When I was in Europe over the summer, there's this thing called a park run. I don't know if you've heard of it. It started from Austria, and every Saturday people start to run, and Liverpool when I was there as well. So that might be something can consider. I wonder, it's just locally volunteer based. I'm not so sure whether it's cities involved. It's a good way to know your park. It's normally start from one park and the other park. Every Saturday I saw people in London, Liverpool would start their park run 9 o'clock in the morning. Just thinking of the moonlight run. Great job, and I also love the color for the blue bright color for the Greer Park basketball court. Overall, keep you busy for the summer. Thank you.
Chair, could I provide some information?
Sure.
So Commissioner Wei, there is a park run that occurs in the Baylands at Bixby Park every Saturday mornings.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Yeah. How do you advertise that on the website or?
Well, it's not a city program. They get a permit to do that. So if you go to the Park Run website, you can find out the information.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's something the city's that happens every year. So it's been happening for a while.
Yeah, it's actually, it's more than once a year. It's either every Saturday or it's once a month or
Okay.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a weekly or monthly event. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner.
Thanks, Sarah, for a great report. I think our staff is very good at taking comments. I remember I said last year I supported the Sunnyvale Pet Parade, and this year we have our own Palo Alto Pet Parade. Good job. My next comment is on the Mayfield Turf project. You mentioned something happened with the autonomous vehicle, so it got delayed. Can you elaborate more on that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let me clarify. So it was not delayed. There is screening that was placed on the fencing. And it is a very high traffic area, a lot of autonomous vehicles. So some of the lasers, when we were shooting grades or the contractors shooting grades, there was challenges in meeting those grades because the lasers would then because of the autonomous vehicles, they'd have to reset each laser. So because of that, we've added some screening there. And so I wanted to at least call that out too, because it is such a public facing project.
Okay, that's a Silicon Valley problem then.
Was that resetting the laser for the equipment or the autonomous?
Correct. Correct. So we can meet subgrade. It's just part of the project. And grading, right? So everything slopes correctly, drainage.
Okay.
So the problem is that is interference of lasers from autonomous vehicles.
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
I'll just note that I drive past there every day and I did notice the big tarp screening and there's a lot of signage that you can also see from Page Mill sort of explaining what's going on. So it does seem very well advertised. And I know we have a lot of agenda items to get to, so I'll just keep it brief. The Municipal Service Center open house was the highlight of my 2.5-year-old's life. So he loved it. And I talked to friends in Menlo Park and Mountain View that saw it from 101 and was super envious and jealous and thought it looked like a great event. So I told them it was fantastic. So great job to staff and very busy summer. So appreciate all the updates.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, sounds like a lot of exciting events have been happening in the city, but that's kind of what I'm wondering though is what type of feedback have you been receiving from the general population regarding the events? People are excited. It sounds like, a lot of things, people are attending a lot of these. That's good.
Yes, from our recreation staff, we had a lot of really positive feedback for the cornhole tournament that just took place. So they're looking forward to holding that again next year. I talked to a lot of community members during the MSC open house, and I can happily report that everything was positive. So really exciting. And then I'll just add, I was going to email Commissioner Way, but I checked, the Bixby Run is every Saturday. So 8 a.m.
Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. So the next on the agenda, we have the ad hoc committee and liaison updates that were here indicated on as item number 3. I'd like to move that, get a motion to move that to probably item number 7 on the agenda. Yeah. Can we move that, sir?
Yes, I think if there's consensus from the dais.
Good. Okay. All right, we'll move that. Okay, next on the agenda is the field and court use policy, which is proposed updates on the tennis court usage.
So good evening, Adam Howard, Senior Community Services Manager with the Recreation Department. As they pull up the slides, just two quick updates. One, unfortunately, as I was last time, I'm still dealing with symptoms of vertigo. So not a lot of me looking up and down, just to make things a little bit easier on myself. And then two, with the staff report and this presentation, the information about the PAUSD contract wasn't available. So that does change things specifically around tennis court usage. I will try to point those out as we go and try to explain at least with the unknowns there so that we can have as much information as possible. But it's pretty fluid at this point, so I will do my best to update as we go. So we are here tonight to discuss the field and court use policy proposed updates, specifically on tennis court policy. Next slide, please. So we are looking for feedback on the proposed updates to the city's field and court use policy, again, specifically with a focus on the tennis court usage. Three areas that we are looking for tonight is establishing a minimum residency requirement for USTA team reservations, exploring measures to improve enforcement of the prohibition of private instructors, and formalizing court access for Palo Alto-based youth organizations during off-peak time. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about the policy. So the policies that govern court use can be found in the field and court use policy. The policy guides city-owned courts and previously the Palo Alto Unified School District courts, but those policies won't impact them now. And the policies are used to ensure spaces meet the needs and interests of the community and that permitted users are fully informed of city guidelines. So a little bit of how we got here tonight. First, staff has started to notice an increase of issues regarding tennis courts. This was residents notifying staff that it was difficult to find open courts because of so many USDA teams. We were also hearing from resident USDA captains that were finding it difficult to find space and notifying us that non-resident captains were getting space over them. And we were hearing receives issues with private instructors utilizing courts for long periods of time, not following city rules. On April 8th of 2025, staff and the ad hoc held a community meeting to hear concerns, gather feedback, and bounce off ideas of possible solutions. There were roughly 40 people in that meeting. Based on the community meeting, communications we've heard from court users, and some data collected, we have provided some recommendations. Next slide, please. So the first slide, these are the tennis courts that are in Palo Alto, city owned. You can see we have 27 total courts, 10 of which have lights. Next slide, please. These are the tennis courts that are owned by the school district, and these are the ones that we currently do not know what the policy will be for them moving forward. You know, we don't know what the community access will be. There still could be that. We just know that they will not be under the city policy effective of the end of that contract. So with those courts included, we have 51 total courts, 17 with lights. Without them, there's 27 courts and 10 with lights. Next slide, please. Found that in Palo Alto, there's three main usage of our tennis courts. There's drop-in play, which is when available courts are free and they're used on a first-come, first-served basis. There is a 1 hour and 15-minute time restriction when people are using it in that way. There are United States Tennis Association's match play. These sanctioned matches are provided permits for exclusive use of the space. In this instance, we only provide 50% of available courts at any one location. And then there's city approved and operated classes and lessons. These take place at Mitchell Park Courts 1 and 2 and Rinconada Courts 5 and 6. In looking at the feedback that we've received, most of the focus really was around the USTA match play and private instructors. But staff also found that there is some court usage that's not spelled out in the policy, and we think we should address it through a policy change. Next slide. So we went through each one of these sections, and we'll just provide a little bit of information about each. The current policy that dictates USTA match play is that we will reserve up to 50% of courts in any one location for match play only. Most USDA requests that come to Palo Alto are requesting 3 courts. In our location, there are these following locations where 3 courts are possible: Rinconada, Cubberley, Palo Alto High School, and Gunn High School. Although most of the USDA requests that come to us steered clear of those sites because public access to a restroom is required, and they didn't have that. So not a lot of rentals go there. And in the spring of 2025, we had 93 different USDA teams that were requesting space in Palo Alto, and that's roughly January through May. Spring is always the biggest season for USDA, so we did use that as an example, but you would think like in fall, there was around 45 teams. So not as big, but always a large capacity issue for our courts. Next slide, please. So the concerns we continue to hear is because of the large number of USTA teams, regularly half the space at Cubberley and Rinconada are booked. Drop-in players find it harder to find space, and USTA teams have no residency requirements. So of the teams that we just discussed, 59 teams that booked in Palo Alto, only 25%, 59 teams had 25% residents. And so in this instance, it wasn't so much that there are USDA teams, it's that the teams are made up of so few residents. So we did some digging of the residency requirements of the teams that were in our league. So first, we did today provide updated numbers because as I was going through this, I realized some of the calculations for the residency percentages were off. So we provided updated numbers. In most of the cases, it lowered these percentages. So if you didn't see the updated numbers, some of them are just a little bit worse. So what you'll see here are, the 36 teams that we had. A couple of things just to kind of notice on this is often we have captains that are captaining for multiple teams. So that's the second row in. So that was an interesting find for us. And then we just promoted the residents and non-residents of those teams as listed on the USTA page, and then gave a residency percentage. And as you can kind of see from here, a lot of teams, a lot of non-residents, the percentages of residents are really low. And that's really where I think our concern lies. Next slide, please. So in looking in that and deciding how we might be able to correct that, we decided on a policy that could establish a minimum residency requirement for USTA teams to book in Palo Alto. Staff recommends that number to be 25% Palo Alto residents, and then provide teams with the higher residency priorities to select times and matches. So the more residents you have, the better the priority you also have. We went to this approach because this allows USDA teams to book, but also kind of prioritizes residents being on those teams. This was the preferred method of the ad hoc. Next slide, please. We did look at other options, and one was to allow USDA teams that had Palo Alto residents as captains to book, but staff really felt like this may not increase local participation. And as you saw, since a lot of people had multiple teams, it really could still allow for a lot of non-residents to book courts. The other suggestion we got was just increasing the hourly rate for rentals, whether that means a much higher rate for non-residents or a higher rate across the board. But really, we didn't feel like this would reduce non-resident teams and could just create a financial barrier. Excuse me. We also wanted to look at kind of how other cities are handling USTA rules. No other city includes a resident percentage requirement, but we also saw that some of the groupings of Palo Alto courts may make it more convenient for USTA because of our large groupings of courts. So our policy may need to be different than others. Next. So I just looked at some of our kind of neighboring cities. Redwood City has 14 courts, 10 with lights. They have recently went to drop-in access only. And their biggest grouping of courts is 4 courts. Menlo Park, again, 13 courts, 10 with lights. They're very similar to us that they reserve only 50% of any one location. And their largest site only has 4 courts. So as I said, a lot of our requests come for 3. They couldn't handle that. Their biggest they would allow us 2. Mountain View has 35 total courts, 20 with lights. 12 of those courts are operated by Mountain View Tennis, and they have a USTA matches restricted to Monday through Friday 9 to 2 and Saturday, Sunday 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. However, since this has come out, some people did mention that if you call Mountain View Tennis Association or the club, they have very specific USTA coordinator who can work with people to these are more for just the public courts. So the Mountain View Tennis Center does do things a little bit differently. And in Sunnyvale, again, there's kind of 2 sections of courts. There's 16 courts operated in Lifetime Activities. That's their tennis center. They have a 2-hour max, and they give residents basically a day in advance of booking to book their USTA matches. And then Sunnyvale also has 22 courts that are public access. They don't do reservations. And again, they have 11 parks with 2 courts, so not a lot of grouping of courts. The next section that we'll talk about is private tennis instructors. The current policy is that no person shall provide or offer tennis lessons for compensation on city-owned courts. Enforcement of this can be difficult as compensation needs to be proven, but we've heard from the community that the real issue is that instructors tend to stay on courts for really long times despite time limits, and those instructors often target the smaller neighborhood parks. So we have USTA on our large groupings, and we have the instructors on the smaller groupings, which is why we feel we're hearing so much about finding it hard to do drop-in play. Next slide. So we tried to provide some policy updates that might tackle this issue with private lessons. One was just change the policy to state no private lessons. But what we heard from the community is this might be too restrictive in terms of a parent teaching a child or a friend teaching a friend. We looked at changing the policy to provide a ball limit. For instance, you can only have 5 balls on the court at a time. This would make making lessons much harder to perform and easy to kind of for staff or the community to see and enforce. But really the community felt like it was too restrictive to their normal use and would just restrict residents who aren't playing matches. The other idea was to not allow ball machines on the courts. Again, this makes it harder for lessons to be performed, easy for staff and community to see and enforce, but again, was too restrictive to the normal use of residents. So the community feedback we got, everyone's in favor of kind of enforcing the no private instructors. But what they suggest that we do is try to do a better job of helping people limit their times to 1 hour and 15 minutes. So the idea that came up multiple times was to offer some kind of court clock system that was on the courts that would count down people's times. That way, that time limit can be held to. And then when it comes to enforcement, you really look for the people that aren't following the time limit and are private licensed so that we can kind of go over the people that are causing the biggest problems. Adding court clocks would not be a policy update that would be needed, but there are financial resources that would be required. And at this time, we don't know what those are. We're still looking into that solution, but I think that's something that we can investigate further if we think that's the better approach. Next slide. And then the last kind of area was youth group bookings. So current practice, we do have allowed some local youth groups to book courts during what we deem as non-prime time hours. So that's Monday through Friday before 5:30 and Saturday to Sunday 1 to 5. This is groups like local private schools who might have a tennis team but don't have space, or youth serving programs that like at Coverly that want to be able to offer some tennis activities for their group. So again, we in the past have either, made these groups say, hey, you have to register through USTA so that you can follow the policy, which is kind of a weird hoop for most of them to jump through. So we're really just asking that we allow Palo Alto-based youth groups to reserve courts during off-peak times while also maintaining the 50% limit. So allowing these people to use courts at a time that isn't highly impacted to the community. So really kind of what we're looking for tonight is feedback on the recommendations for a residency requirement, thoughts around enforcement on private structures, and the addition of policy to allow youth groups to book courts during non-peak times. And with kind of the addition of the contract removal, that doesn't really change. I think our suggestions here, it might make them more important if there's less community access. Again, we don't know that that's the case, but I think ultimately we're trying to make sure our courts have the best possible use and give our residents the best chance to enjoy them. So that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Good report. I'd like to begin by acknowledging and thank you, Adam and staff, for their thorough work on this report. Before opening this up to public comments, let's see if there's any clarifying questions from the commission. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comments. So depending on the number of cards that we have, we'll determine what the time frame will be.
So for this item, we only have one public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Let me get back here. Wenshin.
Hello, hi, my name is Wenshin. I'm a USTA player and a multiple team captain, and currently captaining mixed doubles 7.0 team. I'm proud of the team because we have like more than 12 players living in Palo Alto. So we have a very high percentage of residency, and we do have a lot of issues with outside players coming to the courts and taking the course or booking the course. And I think one of the reasons is our reservation fees are very low. So it's $8 per hour for residents, and non-residents only $10. From Sunnyvale, it's like $16 and $19 respectively. So if we try to increase, we can keep the residents price the same and increase the non-residents price to like $30 per hour. That will deter a lot of teams from coming over. If they qualify for 25% of the local players, and you're going to enjoy that low fees. I think that's going to help our local players to have more matches. Of course, when there's a rule, some people will find a loophole, try to avoid it. For example, they try to roster some people don't play. And then, but if we find that, we'll ban those people from using the court for a year. Then they're not going to harm the community anymore. I think we do have a lot of things we can do to help the local players to enjoy the tennis. So recently, I found out it's really difficult for me to drop in to find any courts after work because of a lot of players from even Morgan Hill come over and play and use a lot of our courts to practice because we have so many courts with good quality. Really appreciate the taxpayers in Palo Alto, but this resource are mainly focusing on the local residents, not for everyone else to enjoy. I think the local residents that should be having higher priority. I really appreciate you have this great report. That's help us to understand this current situation and try to find a solution. Yeah, that's my comments.
Thank you. Notice we have a number of other people on Zoom.
A few more have jumped in, yeah.
Okay.
Leslyn L.
Thank you so much for this time, and I really appreciate your report. It was really helpful. I've been a 20+ year resident of Palo Alto, loved it. We fell in love at all these parks, and my husband and I have been playing 20 years of tennis at all the different parks. I've been to Mitchell Park, at Newell Park, Rinconada, you name it, Pierce Park. So I also play pickleball too, so I'll be talking about that. I didn't know this issue existed, but I took notes because I wanted to do it at the proper time. And the first thing I really want to emphasize is that 51 tennis courts is a misnomer. For actual tennis players, it's not, it's actually 27. And of that 27, it starts to get whittled away. Let me just say, my comment is for the high school, the gun, the JLS and all that. I've been on those courts and I've gotten kicked off. The gun court was locked. And so I had to climb it, sort of, you know. So I don't consider that as courts for the public, okay? And when you go down the list, there is 2 main centers that true tennis players play at, and that's Mitchell Park and Rinconada, okay? Rinconada also has a Newell Park that I'll discuss in the next one. So basically, we're talking about, for Mitchell Park, 4 courts, okay? And of those 4 courts, courts 1 and 2 are generally used by the city instructors for lessons and whatnot, which, you know, that's great. We're actually friends with them, and they're nice. And yes, the last, I don't know, year, there's been all these private instructors that spend hours on the courts and whatnot. And so, you know, thank you for that acknowledgement there. And so we're talking about, as it relates even to the pickleball, the tennis players have 2 courts, 3 and 4. Now, I have had personal experiences where there has been USTA match play. There's like people that reserve it, private people. And I know for a fact, I have a friend that lives in Woodside that plays on the Palo Alto team, and that 25% requirement doesn't seem very high. I mean, we pay huge tax dollars to be out here. And so I don't think that's right. And you're right. They come to Palo Alto because we maintain the courts, and who pays for the maintenance? We do. So that's why I think addressing this, you know, is such a good thing. So so these issues that you raise on this level, I think, are super important. And I think that we just have to be aware that 51 courts is not the correct bond here. And in reference to 51 courts, I'm going to go through it. There's Hoover Park, that's 2 courts there. There's Pierce Park 2, Terman Park 2, and Westshire Park 2. Those are mostly like a kind of family, not, you know, courts, and sometimes there are lessons at Hoover Park, for example. So if you take away Mitchell Park, 2 courts are used for the public, because generally that's what happens with us. And Girls Middle School has used it. We got kicked off. So, you know, this issue overlaps the next issue, but I wanted to make it clear to everyone that that's the case.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Up next, we got Jennifer T on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So I'm a captain of a USTA team, but for kids, for junior team tennis. And mostly I kind of had a question being, you know, do we count as a youth program, or would we count as a USTA team for the purposes of reservation priority?
Please proceed. We can't answer your question.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, but that was it. You know, I'm a captain of a team that has 100% Palo Alto residents, just kids who live in the neighborhood near Rinconada Park, to get them together to get to play some fun matches with other teams in the Bay Area, and hoping we can continue to still do that. Thank you.
Up next, we have Ryan W on Zoom.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you very much. I think I just wanted to say I think probably the reason why we're having discussion in the first place is that the main problem is that there's just a lot of demand for tennis, and there's simply not enough tennis courts. And so I think if there's a way to address that need, which is sort of the source of the problem, by either adding more tennis courts or finding a place to build more tennis courts, I think that would go a long ways in solving a lot of these issues. With respect to private instructors, I did want to say that the reason why people are having private instructors is because, again, there's a lot of demand for tennis lessons, and there's simply not enough supply. A lot of the other cities have extremely high quality tennis programming, such as Mountain View Tennis and Sunnyvale Tennis Center, and the city of Palo Alto is really lacking that. I mean, there are a few instructors, but it doesn't have an actual tennis program. And so that's why you're seeing instructors brought on to courts. And I'm not against that. But I think one way to solve that is to look at how the city can improve its tennis offering so that there's no need for people to look for outside tennis instructors to come to use the courts. But that being said, if there's an instructor teaching kids, kids need to learn tennis, and not everyone is going to be able to get a lesson with one of the few city instructors. And then the last thing I want to mention is to just add on to what Leslie mentioned about the courts. I do agree with what she said. The courts at the school district aren't really public courts. There's a lot of restriction on these courts, even after hours and on the weekends. Palo Alto High School often has events in the high school which prevent you from using the tennis courts. For example, football games and other events, the parking lots are completely used up, and there's no way for anyone to actually get on the courts. Oftentimes, the courts are actually locked, either in the summer or randomly on the weekends. In addition, the courts at the middle schools, I don't think it's fair to call them courts. They're blacktops. There are basketball hoops all over. There are basketball lines all over the place. The JLS courts are poorly maintained. They all slope one way. Weeds growing all over the place. Similar to the green courts, people are playing basketball on them all the time. And it's not fair to say, hey, there's 10 extra courts there. And so the reality is that you're just looking at 27 courts from the city, and many of the courts from the school district, unfortunately, really aren't that you can't really count on them and rely on them as tennis courts. Thank you very much.
Last speaker.
Our last speaker is Mike A.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hey, this is Mike Alchek. I am a captain and resident in this city. I captain about 3 teams a year in 3 different leagues that take place in sort of 3 different 2.5-month periods from January to April, April to June, and then August to November. I want to thank the commissioners for their time and dedication. I recognize the work that goes into what you do. I served as a planning commissioner for 10 years in this city, so I really understand everything that's that goes into these decisions. And I want to acknowledge that the staff who work in the Parks Department have made tennis team reservations possible, and their efforts have really kept things running smoothly. I think organized team tennis is a really wonderful sport that brings a lot of people together, builds community, and I hope the decisions you guys make tonight can ensure that residents can continue to participate in that. I want to just say that I think this really comes down to not having enough tennis courts to meet demand. Looking back at this, I think when we reduced the supply for pickleball, we utilized really good quality courts, and that reduction clearly, looking back on it now, has impacted residents. So a few years after we've made those changes, we're now seeing the consequences. There are some other factors involved that drove teams from other areas to search out Rinconada. In particular, a lot of the other facilities in the other cities were closed during COVID, and Rinconada remained open. I just want to say that I agree with a lot of what was just said by the speaker before me. Not all the courts listed are really equal. And I want to just encourage you guys to appreciate that if you did create a 25% residency requirement, it would have an impact. You saw that slide with the percentages, and if you eliminated any that are under 25%, that would have a huge impact on access. It would improve access for residents and for teams with residents. And I think if you're a non-resident captain, you should pay more. The residents of the city are contributing a lot in taxes. And so I think it should be triple. And I absolutely think it would create a financial burden, and that's okay. If you're a non-resident, if you're driving here from Cupertino or Mountain View or Los Gatos or Redwood City to run a team out of our city's courts, to use our courts as your home turf, you're making access to those courts by the residents in the neighborhood harder. So you should pay more. I would also say that the percentage requirement is wise. And at the end of the day, this comes down to supply and demand. And we don't have enough supply. We took away some of our supply and we don't have enough. And then the last thing I'll say is that there are when Kim Grant came to speak at the community meeting, she mentioned that there were a lot of middle school courts that are not typically opened on the weekend, or that access isn't really possible.
Thank you.
And I
Time's
think
up.
opening those up would be helpful.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll now open it up to, let's go ahead and start with the ad hoc. On that ad hoc is both Ann Cribbs, Commissioner Cribbs and myself. I'll go ahead and Commissioner Cribbs, if you want to.
I think I'd just say that I think Adam did a great job of the report and gathering all that. So thank you very much to the staff, and it was really good to work with you. It was also great to have the tennis community come to the meeting back in March or April and hear the various suggestions and the attitude of trying to work together to try to make tennis both accessible and fair for the residents and see what the best use of our courts was. So I'm just particularly interested in hearing what everybody has to say tonight and seeing what we can gain out of that, because I think what's really important is tennis as a sport, providing as much enjoyment to people as possible and as much access and as much equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cribbs. Yeah, I'll also haven't been on the ad hoc, and we've worked on this for a number of months. It's nice to see the amount of work that you put into this report, especially after meeting with the tennis community, and I think we also have some pickleball community people there as well. As I mentioned, the level of detail and the thoughtful recommendations you presented tonight reflect not only the data, only a data-informed approach, but also a commitment to what we call inclusive community engagement here in the city of Palo Alto. I think the report itself has probably gone above and beyond, and it's not only drafting this report, but also the fact that you've held multiple meetings with both the ad hoc, the racquet courts, and engaging members of both communities. So that dedication to sort of balancing the fairness, the access, and community needs is pretty evident in your report. First, regarding the USTA match reservations, staff recommendation to implement a 25% minimum Palo Alto residence requirement for the USTA, I think it's both reasonable and strategic. Moreover, I think offering court selection for teams with high residency will help incentivize local participation while still supporting regional play. So I fully support that direction. On the I think the question regarding, and I think also you're having really dug into what the other cities are doing and how our courts seem to be the more popular courts is evident as well. One thing with I think you pointed out that Rinconada and Coverly were the most widely used courts for USTA.
Most often booked because of their large groupings of courts together.
Okay, so that means that, and those are also those courts are also have lights on. That's also sort of a requirement. Is that right? Is that correct?
So Cumberland does not have lights. Rinconada, 6 of the 9 do, which does make them more popular.
Okay. Okay, and finally, in closing, I just want to restate my support for the direction outlined in this staff report. I think these are reasonable, resident-focused adjustments that respond both to data and community voices. One question regarding that, you mentioned the timing, using clocks to kind of regulate how much playing time is on the court. And that would be something that we think would be self-regulated by someone who's maybe monitoring the court for that period of time.
I think it would just be allow a little bit more of community enforcement, right? I mean, our courts are spread out all over the place. We don't have a tennis center that is staffed. So it would just allow the community to see, you know, how much time somebody has left on the courts, allow people to decide if they want to wait or not, and then hopefully help people accountable to that time limit.
Have you looked into, I can't remember if you've looked into kind of what the cost of that would be? Is that something that you have seen at other courts?
So I haven't seen something that's specific to this. So we're still looking at it. I haven't found an exact clock or things of that nature. So I don't know the financial impacts at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll turn it over to any other Commissioner Wei.
Thanks, Chair. I just joined this ad hoc this year, still learning, and I really appreciate echoing both commissioners and Chair and the Commissioner Cripps. You've done really comprehensive report, and especially the different possibilities, policy recommendation is excellent in terms inclusivity and equity. And wondering, in addition, similar direction of having the 25% versus also I really support the youth organization priority booking off-peak line. I wonder if there's resources. There is a Palo Alto Tennis Club. Do we ever work with them? Maybe they have volunteers who can help you to monitor the usage of court, etc. Just a question. I don't know them very well, but I know there is organization existing and they're using the court very often.
We don't have that agreement in place. I think they'd probably be open to helping us in any way that would boost the use of tennis courts in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
It's always difficult to like have a volunteer go and say, you've been here for this long, if we don't know how long they've been there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Just the thought of resources might be able to help you.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Great report.
Any other commissioners? Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to staff and the ad hoc for your great work on this comprehensive effort and report. I generally agree with your assumptions, most of your assumptions, particularly the options you've opted not to advocate for. I think there's good discussion there. I have served on the ad hoc for field and court policy for a number of years, and I have a number of questions and comments. First question is the policy changes that are being considered, or for the policy changes that are being considered, would this be a staff decision or is it something that you're envisioning would go to City Council for approval?
I think it would be at a staff level, given the overall support that we've had.
Okay, thank you. And kind of on a higher level, I'm curious to better understand what the team, what a USTA team structure is, what defines a team. Do captains typically play on the team? And part of what I'm getting at is what's the potential to game the system if we're adding a residency requirement by adding Palo Alto team members who don't actually play, and et cetera?
Yeah, so I don't know everything about the USTA structure. And so you could add players to that. The biggest thing is that we can check rosters on the USTA site, which is how we found this information. So people would have to be on the roster, which means you are paying a USTA fee, you are registered with them. And so we'd also have to track that, right? We'd have to check it on a kind of somewhat regular basis to make sure that once the roster was put in, it wasn't changed. Is there room to game the system? I'm guessing there are, but I'm also guessing much like in other situations, community feedback would allow us to see those things happen when there's a team of 10, but there's 30 on the roster. Those things tend to come to light.
Great. Thank you. I'm curious how the 25% residency requirement was arrived at. It's going to be arbitrary at a certain point, and I know we've, for example, for soccer, for youth clubs have a 50% requirement. Adult clubs have a 35% requirement. That can be onerous for the adult clubs. I know sometimes they field fewer teams that than they have registrants from in order to continue maintaining the 35% level. At a certain level, the residency requirements become meaningless. 5 or 10% doesn't mean much. 25% seems pretty marginal to me as well.
Yeah, so I will say that because my experiences as fields, I think I started with the idea of 35%, but I think I also looked at the numbers, and I didn't want this to become something that was unobtainable. So really at looking at the teams that were available, the percentages that they were at, there were some that were there or close to there that could obtain that. So that's really where the number came from. I didn't want to set, at least to start, a number that the teams just couldn't meet, right? Because ultimately we understand the value of people getting to play the organized sport. So I wanted it to be a number that some of the teams could get to and not just halt the USTA experience here in Palo Alto. So it is a number that's arbitrary. I mean, there's no like scientific research to back it up. But I thought it was a starting point that would allow some teams to still participate and not so low that it wasn't going to be effective.
It feels low to me. And the other comment I make is that the residency level requirement should encourage more Palo Alto recruitment. And if you my sense is if you set it a little bit higher, teams would figure out a way to meet that residency requirement. I know that happens in the soccer world. So I think making it a little uncomfortable perhaps could benefit what we're trying to get at. Next question. There's reference that teams with a higher residency percentage could receive priority in court selection. Is this a different tiered approach, or is this just saying that the teams that meet the requirement would have a priority? It sounds like a complication that might. It's not clear what it means, and I'm not sure where it's going.
So I think right now it's just a first come, first serve. The first email we get, we process. I think what we would do is get all the teams that meet the 25% requirement and then order them based on who has the highest percentages. The thought there being, again, driving the desire to have more Palo Alto residents is helpful to the teams, which is ultimately what we're driving at, is getting more residents. So we saw it as just a way to boost the desire for more residents on the teams.
Okay, so you're using it to set up a prioritized brokering process. Great. Next question. That's moving on from USTA onto the second question regarding private instruction. I think your ideas I think the clock idea is a great idea. Is this a static clock that you just move the hands on, or is this something that's electronic clock, or can you explain what you're talking about?
I think the idea is for an electronic clock that would count down once you started it. There's stagnant clocks were out at one point that I just kind of faded out over time, but people just weren't using them. And it was too easy to say, like, it was just set from the time before. So we're looking for clocks that ideally you just hit start and it starts at an hour and 15 minutes and goes down. So if it's at 0, your time's up. If you forget to set it, your time's still at 0 and it's kind of on you. That's what we're looking for in terms of the ideal situation. Again, feasibility of that, I can't say for sure.
And I think you were talking about providing signage along with that as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So would there be a place for someone to write their name who's next in the line, or in some way?
I think we do some kind of lineup system, right? Rackets or something we'd have to include with that. Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay. I mean, but presumably someone could also just walk up and reset the clock and start it again, which.
if no one's waiting. And I think this is ultimately, the pressure is when people are waiting. So you'd have someone sitting there looking at you if you tried to do that.
Well, so why, is the expensive electronic clock worth having just the old manual clock style? If there's people waiting, the same thing would apply.
I think it's just nice to see the countdown, but I understand the point.
Yep. Next question. Regarding fees, a member of the public made a comment about that. I was wondering already, how does this compare with other cities? It seems kind of low.
So I saw some of this. I haven't done a comprehensive thing recently. We're kind of about at the low end of what some other cities do, but there are cities that are up to, $5 or $6 more an hour than us. Certainly the tennis centers are more than us, but I think they come with a different level of service as well. There's certainly room. That's not the first we've heard that you should just charge more. In this I think there's room to increase those fees. In this conversation, it's more about, even if they can pay, do we want all the non-residents? So that's a conversation that we should have here tonight. Are we willing to take a team of no residents if they're willing to pay whatever an hour? But we are on the lower side.
So are we talking about I thought we're only talking about allowing, are we talking about prioritization for local teams, or you have to meet the residency requirement to be able to reserve? I thought it's the latter.
It's the latter, right? So you have to meet the requirements to reserve is what the current policy is.
And I'm not advocating for a punitively higher non-resident fee. I think the city has some standards, probably around 25% or so would be the maximum premium that a non-resident would pay for something. Is there a city policy, or is that, do you know? I'm assuming we're not going to triple the fee for non-residents.
I don't, there's a set percentage of above the resident fee that we typically charge. So we normally set a resident fee, and then and I'm sorry, I don't know this off the top of my head, there's a percentage that goes up for non-residents.
But it sounds like we're not looking to have that apply here necessarily, if we're looking to limit the reservations to Palo Alto residents.
Right.
And we walk in available for Palo Alto residents.
Right. And I think there could be follow-up conversation around what we charge even the resident teams, because it is on the lower end. It typically goes up each year, but
that's what I'm getting at. If we're comparing that to the charges for fields, we're charging more of a market rate, and compared to our neighbors, it seems like something we got to revisit. Final item is regarding the youth group bookings. Support the staff and ad hoc recommendation, but would you want to add a start time for Monday, Friday for clarity? Currently, it says before 5:30 p.m. It seems like I don't know what's realistic to put for a start time, but it seemed it'd be cleaner to have a.
Yeah, we could put a start time. Typically Monday through Friday for tennis use, it's open. It's all sunrise is what the court's open, and but I would say that it's probably wiser to say something like 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. I'm with you on that.
Yeah,
I can put
good. And do holidays apply? Are holidays treated the same as weekends, or?
They are currently, so that's a good point. I would say that holidays are not in the non-peak time.
Right.
So I would spell that out.
And just one last thing back on the clocks. I don't know if we would have a program with the Friends of Palo Alto Parks as potentially opening up some sort of a page for donations related to that, if that's something that would be applicable.
Yeah, I think once we have a better plan, we could look at resources to help offset the costs.
Thank you. Thanks for the great work.
Thank you. Commissioner Kleinhaus?
I have a few questions. I don't think they need very long answers, I hope. The first one is, how are the reservations managed? Who manages them? How are they managed?
So they're under a community services manager. We have an hourly person that does the day-to-day, and then a manager that oversees that individual.
Okay, right. Who will enforce the policy? if the policy calls for, okay, whatever restrictions we have, who's going to enforce that?
So that would be up to the staff that provides the permits to be checking that information and spot checking out on the courts. Currently, same way. Yeah, that's how we do the policy now.
Okay. And the last question is about private tennis clubs and tennis courts. Do you know how many private tennis courts are available in Palo Alto through other non-city amenities and venues?
I don't know. I can look up that information. I try to understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Ding?
Thanks, Adam, for a comprehensive report. I do have a question about the reservation system as well. Is it very similar to the soccer brokering reservation system? Like,
Not currently. It's pretty different. Right now, there's no residency requirements, and it's just kind of a first come, first serve, a little bit more of a free for all. I think with the field reservations, we have a lot more structure in place, which is more what we're trying to move towards.
are we looking at to improve or upgrade to a modern system?
Like online system?
Online system, that's right.
I mean, we're always looking to improve that. Anything we can do online, it's complicated in that because we have these like only 50% rules and things like that, that it's hard to find a system that will follow those rules. But the more, right now we want to be hands-on because we're only getting the USTA rentals and we have to make sure that that's who's booking. But as we kind of follow through with the policy, the more we can do online, the more we will try to do online. It's really about whether the policy lends itself to something that can be done online without, staff oversight.
Right, yeah, I do believe online system would be easier to manage and also easier for you to dig into the data for usage. One last question. So I understand for soccer field reservation, the team's requirement is about 50% and for tennis is 25. How do we determine this one's 50%, that one is 25%?
Again, I think with the fields, the key was to make them Palo Alto-based organizations. And for that, we said that they needed to be a vast majority of Palo Altans. With tennis, again, the number is lower simply to make it a little bit more obtainable. We understand that, especially with adults, even in soccer, we lower that because we understand that, getting groups of adults together is a little bit more difficult. They're going to be coming from other places. They're not all going to live in the same place. But again, it's looking at kind of our current numbers and trying to make sure we don't set something that maybe makes it so that no one can participate. We could look at raising that number, or we could look at starting at a percentage and rising it. I'm conscious of the fact that this would be very new to the tennis community. And we could definitely do a staggered approach where we start at a percentage with the understanding that in 2-3 years, it goes up. I think I would be pretty open to that suggestion as well.
Okay, thanks, Adam. I do agree with other commissioners. We want to make this as accessible, as fair as possible.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thanks for a great presentation as always, Adam. Always appreciate all the data you provide. I agree with a lot of the recommendations from the ad hoc and from staff. I agree with the suggested percentage of Palo Alto residents. I don't think we need to go overboard and try and scale it back. I think in the past when we've made these modifications, starting, evaluating, and revisiting has sort of been how we've done things. And I think that's worked very well for us. I think that goes with fees. I think we should certainly look at it, but would personally not be in favor of 10xing or 100xing the fees for non-residents. I think tennis is a very regional sport and there are a lot of benefits for our regional parks and for Palo Alto as a city with sales tax and people visiting. And there's just a lot of benefits that go along with having people from other jurisdictions visiting our parks as well. So I don't want it to be a not in our park situation. So I think that certainly warrants further evaluation. I did think that because I was on this ad hoc, I think a couple of years ago, that we did say no private lessons in our current policy. We just don't have a definition of what private lessons are. Maybe if we were to add some additional clarity, kind of like the municipal code, just sort of defining what that is, so that when people are sort of self-policing, they can specifically point to what the indicators of that would be, sort of, when you see it, in terms of the private lessons. And yeah, I mean, I think it's a tricky situation with the self-policing nature of this in general. I think the clock is a great idea. Maybe ideally we'd have some sort of like running board or something, and sort of been racking my brain of how to do it. I don't necessarily have staff out there being forced to police this. It really should be sort of community members just working together. So I think the clock is a great idea. And then we have a lot of community members here tonight. So if there's any ideas that come from anybody listening to this conversation, I'm sure Adam or any of us would be more than willing to hear your thoughts as well, if you have any after this evening. But no other thoughts from me. Thanks for the great work.
Thank you. Councilmember LaChuck Haynes, you want any comments?
None from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Adam, again for the great report, and we look forward to your coming back to the commission.
So, I mean, just so I'm clear, it sounds like there's support for these, maybe with some tweaks. So what I would do is I would come back with actual language changes, red lines to the policy that would show like word for word what we're changing. I know this is more general concept, and so that we can, some wordsmithing we'll do first with the court ad hoc, and then I will bring back physical changes to the policy that we can approve.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I just commented, I support your idea of a staggered approach to potentially increasing the residency requirement. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or starting it at 25% and reevaluating it with the idea of potentially increasing it.
Yeah. Commissioner Wei. Sure.
Yeah, I've already mentioned before, I think if you make a bit more formal proposal, we can evaluate and finalize the policy preference.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item number 5. Discussion of pickleball court usage and possible alternatives to address demand. Okay.
Hello again. Adam Howard, Senior Community Services Manager in the Recreation Department. Switching gears to discuss pickleball court usage and some possible alternatives to address demand. Next slide, please. So we're here today to just review current usage of pickleball courts, discussing potential strategies to address growing demand, and then provide feedback on preferred approaches for further study. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background about pickleball growth in Palo Alto. And after this slide, we'll actually show these different changes taking place in Mitchell Park. But it really started formally in 2018 as we provided a policy update that would allow pickleball to be played on Mitchell Park tennis courts 5 through 7 with temporary lines installed. In 2019, new courts were designed in Mitchell Park. This included new space, in addition of turning tennis court number 5 into designated pickleball courts, and courts 6 and 7 were dual striped for joint use, with each sport getting different priority times to help meet demand. Those new courts opened in 2020. In 2022, new lights were installed over the what I'm calling the standalone pickleball courts, which again, I'll show you in a second. And then in 2023, the priority hours of the multi-use courts were changed, and they were given pickleball priority 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which leads us to where we are now, which is 8 dedicated courts and 7 dual-use courts, but that have pickleball priority. So we technically have 15 courts, all with lights. Next slide, please. So just kind of a map of Mitchell Park. You'll see on the bottom left-hand side of the map is where the courts in Mitchell Park lie. Kind of further down from that, not pictured, is Middlefield Road, the Mitchell Park Community Center. Next slide, please. This is just kind of a zoomed in approach of the courts that are in Mitchell Park. You can go to the next slide, please. The highlighted yellow area is the area that we primarily started with 2008. These were formerly courts 5 and 7, or 5, 6, and 7, tennis courts 5, 6, and 7, that were dual striped with temporary lines. Next slide, please. This is the area that in 2019, this is new space that was created for pickleball. This was a fence from the tennis courts that were bumped out to provide new spaces for what's labeled as pickleballs 4 and 3. Next slide, please. This area was previously tennis court number 5 that was turned into 4 pickleball courts. Next slide. This was previously courts 6 and 7 that, again, in 2019 were dual striped to provide both tennis and pickleball. It would have been 2 tennis courts or 7 pickleball courts. Again, each given different priority times to help with the demand. That space all opened in 2020. Next slide, please. These are the courts that I often refer to as the standalone courts. They're pickleball courts 1 and 2. Lights were added to the existing light poles, basically facing at those 2 courts to light them as well. Those were paid for by the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. Next slide, please. In 2023, the multi-use courts on the 9 through 15, the priority hours on those changed. So instead of having pickleball priority and tennis priority, pickleball was given priority over those spaces all the time. So that's kind of where we are currently. The area in the red are the 4 remaining tennis courts that are in Mitchell Park. And there again are 15 pickleball courts in Mitchell Park. Next slide, please. So pickleball has kind of continued to grow in Palo Alto. Despite that, we kind of continue to hear about overcrowding issues in that space. In April 22nd of 2025, this commission heard a report from the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. And in that report, they notified of overcrowding and long wait times. They requested additional pickleball space, and they presented the idea that they could provide up to $100,000 towards additional courts. In response to that, the ad hoc and staff decided that we needed to look at the courts ourselves and gather some information. Next slide, please. So we began to do some just random spot checks. We did a kind of a 2-week window, ended up being 12 different days and 37 different checks. We found that pickleball courts were frequently at or above capacity, with their highest demands being weekday evenings after 6 and weekend mornings. One of the largest crowds we found was a Thursday at 8 p.m. There were 52 people playing and 61 people waiting. At this time, all the tennis courts were also in use. So tennis courts were full with tennis and pickleball courts were full with pickleball. One date I didn't put on there, but was also a Saturday at 6 p.m. Again, 52 people playing and 68 people waiting. Next slide. This is kind of the information that we gathered. I'm not going to go over every date, but you can see across the top, we've labeled them tennis courts 1, 2, 3, and 4. pickleball 1 and 2, which again are those 2 standalone courts, and then pickleball courts 3 through 15. Staff did not try to go in there and tell you how many were on courts 3, 4, 5, a lot of people. So we just counted the people that were in those groupings of courts and the people that were waiting. Next slide, please. You will see instances of 52 people playing. What that means is that on all of the courts in that area, there were 4 people playing on the courts. So 52 is basically the capacity there, and then you'll see the number waiting. You may also see, for instance, Monday at 9:30 a.m., 46 people playing and 10 people waiting. And what that means is there's a couple courts that maybe just 2 people were playing on instead of 4, which is allowed in the policy. We don't force people to play 4 with demand. That typically what is happening, but just to point out as to why there are some cases where it's not 52 and there are people waiting. Next slide, please. What you'll see through here, obviously, again, a lot of people playing, a lot of people waiting, but you also see that oftentimes the pickleball courts and the tennis courts are full at the same time. Maybe full means different things to the 2 sports, but the courts are all in use. Next slide, please. To provide some regional context, Palo Alto is not the only city having these conversations or trying to find solutions to these. So this just is some of the local cities that I looked up and kind of how they're doing. Foster City has 6 dedicated courts. Mountain View currently has 3 dedicated and 6 dual use, and you'll see the priority time for pickleball on the right. Mountain View is continuing this conversation. They are trying to dedicate locations where they could build dedicated pickleball courts. Location is tricky, but they're having these public conversations as well. Sunnyvale has 12 dedicated courts. These are in the tennis center. And so there's fees associated with using those courts, entry fees. But Sunnyvale has also approved $200,000 to line public spaces for public access, free public access. But location has not been selected. They are also trying to figure out best locations for that. Menlo Park, 8 dedicated courts. They're 2 splits of 4, so 4 in 2 different parks. Redwood City has 4 mixed-use courts with the dedicated priority times on the right. And then Los Altos is 6 dual-use courts, again, with different priority times between the 2 tennis and pickleball uses. Next slide, please. So just kind of our court situation in Palo Alto. There are 15 lit courts. They're all in Mitchell Park. 8 are designated, 7 are dual stripe, but with pickleball priority, they are always used as pickleball courts. Tennis courts. So this number is different with the issues with the school district. There are 27 Skiddy-owned courts, 10 with lights. So the inventory of when we did all this has changed. We don't know exactly what that means, but I want to be kind of forthright that change has taken place since writing these reports. Next slide, please. Here's just a breakdown. Again, these are the Palo Alto tennis courts, city-owned, 27, 10 with lights. You'll see the big groupings are at Cubberley. There's 4 at Mitchell, 4, and those 4 are lit. 9 at Rinconada, but only 6 are lit because there's 3 courts that are directly up against neighbors. So those have never been, lights have never been added there. And then there's the Hoover, Piers, Terman, Wisher, sorry, I'm not going to try that again, with 2 courts each. Next slide. So these are the courts that are on school campuses. These are the ones, again, our policies will not dictate the use of these courts anymore. We hope that there's still community input, but this is a bit of an unknown to us at this point. So, we understand that we'll have to at least have a better understanding of that as we go through with this conversation. Next slide. What options do we have in terms of addressing if we want to meet the demand of pickleball? We've come up with some options, tried to provide some opportunities and some challenges for each. The first being converting Mitchell Park tennis courts 3 and 4 into pickleball. This adds capacity for up to 32 players. It's a centralized location with lights and amenities. It's a location that already has pickleball. Challenges, it reduces lit tennis courts in Palo Alto, especially in South Palo Alto, from 4 to 2. It puts increased pressure on all remaining courts. It increases parking needs, traffic and noise concerns. And this is also the idea that has received the most pushback from the community. Since the report has been come out, this was as of this morning at about 10. We had received 27 emails. 25 were against, with really the issues that we pointed to here, concerns about noise, crowding, loss of tennis courts, and then kind of a general theme that was reported often was just the disproportionate burden they feel it puts on Palo Alto to house all these courts, kind of as it were becoming a regional draw. The other 2 emails that were in support, one came from the president of the Stevenson House Board of Directors. And they're our closest neighbors to the pickleball courts. Their email suggests that they love it and they don't have issues with noise. And then the other one was actually an agreement from the Ability Path, which is the school that's right behind the pickleball courts. And that was actually an agreement that they made with the Palo Alto Pickleball Club to allow for park users to use their parking lot after 5 o'clock and on weekends. That's not an agreement the city's involved with, but they wanted to send it forward since they know there's a lot of issues with parking. That would free up or provide 35 extra spots during those times. Next slide, please. Another possibility is dual striping additional tennis courts that would provide both space for tennis and pickleball use. This is a flexible option, one of the lower cost solutions. Some constraints, staff feels like it increases the conflict between tennis and pickleball when they have to share space. It requires portable nets, storage, and some form of management of that equipment. And picking a new a new location for that, noise remains a concern in terms of being able to choose a new location. And if Mitchell Park courts 3 and 4 were selected as the courts to dual stripe, the previous concerns we just talked about still exist. Next slide, please. The other idea is to limit non-resident use. This would be done through the implementation of some form of key system or registration system for residents. This could reduce crowding without new construction or space. It could increase access for residents. However, there's higher administrative costs for something like that. It's inconsistent with our other open space traditions, and it reduces the community atmosphere. Next slide. New construction, this would be to build either pickleball or tennis specific facilities. Again, opportunities, you propose, purpose-built space specific for the sport. It preserves current tennis and pickleball inventory. However, like most other conversations, it's very difficult to identify sites where that would work. There's potential for loss of open space or site amenities depending on locations. This is a significant financial investment and a longer-term implementation process. Next slide. The other option, reconfiguration. This is the idea of adding lighting at Cubberley and converting all of Mitchell Park courts to pickleball. This may be a long-term solution with full separation of tennis and pickleball. However, adding lights is an extensive project that requires a lot of reviews and approvals. This is a high cost option. Again, lengthy implementation timelines, and it doesn't resolve the potential parking noise impacts of increased pickleball. Next steps, please. So we're looking for feedback on all these options. We've decided, do we need to pursue additional pickleball resources? If we do, what options do we want to further analyze? Now, we also realize that now there's a little bit more of an unknown with the school courts. And so upfront right there. I think that needs more information. And we understand that. So we definitely are not saying to make a decision in a vacuum, or we understand that that's still an unknown at this very moment, that we'll need to try to clarify further. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. And another outstanding report, and a very thorough one. The data, the historical timeline, regional comparisons, so forth, shows the thought that was put behind this. Before opening this up to public comment, are there any clarifying questions from the commission? Commissioner Griffin. Sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plows.
Many cities are struggling with pickleball versus tennis, or just how to provide both, or often only pickleball. I talked to the community director of Mountain View earlier, and he told me that the city of Mountain View is pursuing a public-private partnership to use areas that are not in parks. Basically, I'm assuming, and I didn't get a lot of detail, but using a parking lot or potentially a building somewhere where an owner is willing to work with the city to provide the solution. There is some private pickleball available in Sunnyvale and in San Jose. And I wonder if the city of Palo Alto has considered a public-private partnership. There are areas near 101 on Fabian potentially that could be explored, or other places where there could be a parking lot, kind of like the Abilities United, where you said that they can allow parking in the afternoon. Maybe that can be a similar situation where some areas can be used after hours. I wonder if you've looked into things, any kind of potential for that kind of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to open this up to public comments. Sorry. Oh, you had a question. Okay. Do you want to go ahead and answer that?
Oh, so yeah, so I think we haven't looked specifically at that. I mean, we've tried to be creative, but I think that's a worthwhile suggestion to dig in deeper, especially if maybe there's some suggestions already from Mountain View. So I will check with Mountain View to see what they're working on, and then see if there's some connections to things we could do here in Palo Alto.
Thank you. And maybe we can look at how they got there, and maybe figure out a similar process.
Yeah, absolutely. We all learn from each other. I have spoken with Mountain View staff, and I think this is a newer idea from them since I hadn't heard it before. But we all are communicating, not just about pickleball. We do that. So I'll definitely have that conversation with Mountain View staff, see what's going on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kleinhaus. We're going to go ahead and open it up to public comments. You want to see how many people we have?
Yeah, so we currently have about 28 public comments, as well as a spokesperson for a group of 5 or greater. Our city standard is that it is allowable for a spokesperson to speak for a max of 8 minutes.
Okay, and we're limiting the public comments to 2 minutes, is that correct? Because we have over 20 people.
Based on the city standard, it's 1 minute.
Okay.
So the Chair Freeman, you have the ability to change. Typically, if there's over 20 public comments, the typical city standard at city council level is that public comment, rather than 3 minutes, is reduced to 1 minute. If there's 10 public comments, it's typically a 2 minutes. So with the increase in public comment to allow for efficient meetings, that's the typical city standard.
Okay.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
As somebody who often does this, 1 minute is not enough.
Yeah,
A 1.5 minute, maybe 2 minutes. I
let's,
don't know.
I think 2 minutes should be appropriate. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing is if some of those comments are related to each other, then we should try and reduce those, so.
So can you clarify for,
Let's,
are we,
yeah, let's keep the public comments down to, at least, you do it,
2 minutes?
yeah,
or-
2 minutes.
Okay.
okay, then I think I would suggest then the group for the spokes person should then be increased to nine minutes.
Okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comments.
Up first, we have David S.
Slides for me, if you could bring up the first one, please. And while he's doing that, my name is David Siegel. I'm a 34-year resident of Palo Alto, and I am the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. And I am here speaking on behalf of well over 1,000 club members, 58% of which are Palo Alto residents. I appreciate you giving me the ability to consolidate all of the people to speak on behalf of them. I certainly wouldn't want to have what would probably be 250 people in this room speaking for 1 minute each, probably all saying the same thing to you again and again and again and again. So if anybody from the club put a card in, please go ahead and pull it out. We do not want to show this group that type of disrespect. I want to thank the commission and the Parks and Recreation Department for all it has done to support the community building of the activity of pickleball. It has been an exemplary partnership, something the city should be proud of. Over the past 2 years, we have spoken at length about the massive physical and mental benefits pickleball has brought to our community. Well beyond the sport itself, including how pickleball addresses the loneliness epidemic, how it helps our city achieve its council's objective of improving health and wellness and belonging. The club believes the next step in our partnership is to move forward with the conversion of 2 underutilized tennis courts at Mitchell Park into 8 pickleball courts. Next slide, please. Did the slide get up?
Give me 1 second.
Can I have more time while I'm waiting? Okay, I'm going to go on and not hold you up. Hopefully he can catch up with the slides. The club believes once that slide goes up, and the cost to doing this to the city will be $0. Adam mentioned it could cost up to 100, it may be 150,000, whatever it costs, the club and its benefactors will pick up that fee. Additionally, the solution has 0 impact on the environment. It does not take away any green space. It simply reallocates existing court space in a far more optimal way through the lens of community wellness. I'd like to spend a moment and speak to some of the common objections that pop up regarding this court expansion proposal. Tennis. The proposal to convert 2 tennis courts into 8 pickleball courts will reduce the number of public tennis courts in Palo Alto from 51 to 49, notwithstanding the discussion about PAUSD courts. The expansion proposal will increase the number of pickleball courts from 15 to 23. In other words, a 4% decrease in the number of tennis courts will yield a 50% increase in the number of pickleball courts. Fortunately, the Cubberley tennis courts were recently resurfaced, providing improved conditions for tennis players. And the proposed changes to tennis court policies that Adam just talked about regarding reservations and league play will significantly improve access to tennis courts for Palo Alto residents. Many of our club members play both tennis and pickleball, and we support the continued improvement of the tennis campus at Cubberley. I expected there to be pushback from tennis players. Tennis weights are short or non-existent, and the pickleball weights happen daily and are most severe during the evening and weekend mornings when they can be significantly long. Sometimes people playing one game in 15 minutes, then having to wait 30 minutes to play again. Expansion will achieve better wait time balance between tennis and pickleball. Unfortunately, a recent email and petition campaign has convinced a number of well-meaning people to jump on a bandwagon to push back against expansion based on misstatements of key facts. That said, I would like to address those items and set the record straight. Parking. Mitchell Park is thriving with many popular activities. It is something the city should be proud of. Could you go to the next slide, please? Perfect, thank you. As popular activities increase usage, including pickleballs, Adif's Cafe, the library, Magical Bridge, soccer games, Zumba classes, musical events, movies, all this great stuff, parking is at times crowded. So to get ahead of this, the Palo Alto Pickleball Club has secured an additional 35 parking spots, as Adam mentioned, to be used by pickleball players during peak access times, evenings and weekends. The letter that you see on the screen and that you have been provided with is proof of this arrangement. Noise. Next slide, please. We recognize noise is a real issue in some other cities where pickleball courts are situated close to residential buildings. We are fortunate that Mitchell Park is well suited far from the nearest residents with trees and buildings in between. And the residential noise is simply not an issue. I urge each of you to walk by the nearby homes during our peak times and listen for yourself. Some emails and/or petition statements claim residents can hear noise with their windows closed. This is absolutely false. You should go by and listen for yourselves to that too. The closest residents live at Stevenson House, which you can see on the slide in that circle. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now showing is a letter also which has been made available to you from the president of the Stevenson House Board of Directors. Next slide, please. It asserts there have been no noise complaints, and it even goes further to tell you that pickleball has been an asset to their residents. It is true that potential noise is the reason many other sites in Palo Alto are not suitable for pickleball courts, but that is not the case at Mitchell Park, and further supports this 2 tennis court conversion is the best alternative for pickleball expansion in Palo Alto. Next slide. Trash. Complaints about additional trash in the park generated by pickleball are also untrue. The fact is the club installed at its own expense trash containers on every court. The place is cleaner than any other spot in Mitchell Park. Again, go there for yourselves and have a look. Other cities. The claims that other cities are not building courts that you may have read in the petition and that Mitchell Park is carrying the load for the region is also false. To share information and learn from each other, 6 months ago, I formed a public pickleball club presidents group. It includes Mountain View, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Fremont, Milpitas, and San Jose, amongst others. And there is activity to expand public pickleball court in all of those cities. The Palo Alto Pickleball Club believes everybody should have courts within a reasonable distance of their home so they can strengthen their community bonds. With this belief in mind, we are enthusiastic about the expansion activities in other cities and are proud that Palo Alto can be a role model for the strong community building that occurs on the Mitchell Park courts every day. You are going to briefly hear from a few of those clubs in the public comment period, and they will tell you firsthand what they are doing to make more courts available in their communities. Lastly, non-resident play. 58% of club members are Palo Alto residents, far higher than the 25% league residency requirement just suggested in the proposed tennis policy change that Adam presented. Non-residents do use the Mitchell Park courts. This means Palo Alto residents have opportunities to make friends with an even wider variety of players and ensures that there is always a good game waiting. One can just go over to the courts at any time of day and get into a game at one's ability level. Non-residents help the residents by adding to this critical mass that makes pickleball work as well as it does for open play. In fact, many non-residents work in Palo Alto, supporting and boosting our tax base through their employers and our local economy through their consumer spending. In summary, we Palo Altans benefit by having even a wider circle of players and potential friends. And we are lucky to have the courts in our city where we can always find good conversation and a good game. So in conclusion, next slide, please. I hope I have done a good job reminding you of the community benefits of pickleball and have dispelled the myths that have been advanced in emails or petitions. I am happy to meet with each and every one of you to discuss in detail any questions you have. We are all about building community and wellness, and pickleball has a proven record of doing that at Mitchell Park. The unfortunate reality, and I'm almost done, is that we are constrained by court capacity, and we can't do more in furtherance of the city's stated goals related to health and welfare, and thereby we are selling our own community short. Mitchell Park expansion is the way to do this, and it can be done quickly. And unlike many other ideas, requests, and proposals that you will consider for all topics, this one is at zero cost, an offer that may not be on the table forever.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Please. Okay, please. Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Please. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alan Kay.
Hi, my name, can you hear okay? Yeah, okay. My name's Alan Kaiser. I'm a tennis player. Been following this. You guys have heard everything. David has a lot of interesting ideas. I'm not sure how many of them we actually believe, but I was originally brought into pickleball through my neighbor Ming, who's right there, and I was walking by her house with my dog. She's like, "Alan, come play pickleball." So she talked me into it. I played for my first time, and it's fun. Sure, it's good. It's okay. What I will say is with all this other talk and everything, I get the impression that a lot of communities are struggling about what to do about pickleball. There's issues of noise. There's issues of, is it really compatible with the kind of parks we want to have? You know, you go in the park, you're click, 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 click all the time. It doesn't feel like a park anymore. Okay, tennis never had that problem. Tennis has some nice sound to it, and it's not like pickleball. And the big parking, you talk about 35 spots, but you're adding courts that are going to have 64 players, which each one's a car. So you're not even going to get close to meeting the traffic restrictions. Okay. The other thing, this is from Ming. So she put together a petition and went around and got some signatures. And this is her signatures, and it's from the neighborhood. And I counted them. There's about 240 signatures right now here. And they're all part of this petition. This petition ends like the last two paragraphs say, Mitchell Park is meant to be a community park, not a regional sports hub. Now with players coming in for an hour or two every day and then leaving, the park is overwhelmed. At peak times, 60 people are playing while over 100 are waiting. The noise is constant. The parking lot is always full. Local residents have reported it can take an extra hour to visit the library due to having to find parking. Please urge the city not to convert courts.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
That's all I had to say. And this is the petition. This is all the signatures, and she can deliver those. Okay.
I have to ask you that please refrain from clapping, please.
Up next is Deborah C.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Yeah. You can submit that petition to staff, please. Sure.
Okay. My name is Deborah Sen, and I'm a resident of Palo Alto for about 20 years. Today I came here, first is I want to give cheers to residents from the immigrant community to work on, to speak out with different voice. And so the second I want to bring up, I'm also a beginner of a pickleball player. I play at YMCA, which only member can play. Certainly that's a private club. So for Palo Alto, to look into that, I felt like the first we should
first answer this question is Palo Alto should be responsible for expanding facility for the Palo Alto resident, for playing pickleball, or we should consider expanding facility for Palo Alto and all the vicinity, resident from all the vicinity city. So I think that's the first question we should ask. Yeah. So that's it. That's all my sessions. Save time.
Thank you. Yeah. We move to the next speaker, please.
What was the name? Give me 1 second.
Good evening, dear council members. My name is Nina Helmer. I've been a Palo Alto resident for more than 20 years. I want to share some concern about the proposal to expand the pickleball court at the Mitchell Park. I want to be clear, I am not against the pickleball. I think it's a great game, but I support prioritizing Palo Alto residents in both pickleball and tennis. It's not for selfish reason. I play all the sports in the different city. I notice they have a rate difference when I play all the sports such as golf. So I hope city can also make it the same and as tennis or the pickleball. And I also worried about the adding more people play in the Mitchell Park will cause the crowding of parking, because I support Magic Bridge. I often went there for the music or some other activities. So I think we city need a balance between the pickleball, tennis, and the Magic Bridge and some other organization. So I'm glad that they mentioned the noise. I understand that there's a standard of noise near the resident is a 45 bell. I think hopefully city can do analysis if the noise level is above that. But I urge the city to preserve balance in recreational space, protecting neighborhood, quality of life, and explore the policy that prioritize the access of a Palo Alto resident rather than making us the default Bay Area pickleball center.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Peter L.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank David. He made an excellent presentation, but unfortunately, he did not convince me. And my friend invited me playing pickleball once, and it was fun. And recently, I also started playing tennis as well, and it's fun as well. And so, but I do not use the tennis court at this time, but I use the practice court almost every day. So whenever I use the practicing court for tennis, I noticed a situation, the tennis court always busy. So I think it's a bad idea based on the excellent presentation by this gentleman. And we are shortage of tennis court. So idea to convert to tennis court to pickleball court is not a good option. That's it.
Thank you. Also, Eric, could you make sure you want to add no more?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we're not adding additional. Just one was missed earlier on. So
thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Ming. I live in Palo Alto 20 years. I live very close to Metro Park. I played pickleball before. I really enjoy it. But for Metro Park is a community park, not for all other people. People from other city come every day, drive, parking in the park, Metro Park before the library. They walk to pickleball courts. So many people every day, too crowded. When allotted Los Altos resident reject to build a new pickleball courts. Why reason they said that? Palo Alto has enough pickleball courts. Did I go to that place? We needed to build more courts. For Mountain View, someone asked, where can I find a partner in Roosevelt Park to play? Someone said, go to Metro Park. There are two courts for the people without partner. And some Mountain View residents said, there are 4 shared courts empty. Why do we need to build more courts? We have enough. You don't need it. Where the players from Mountain View go? They go to Metro Park. In Sunnyvale, someone said, yes, I signed the petition and no more pickleball courts. We already offer 12 pickleball courts and they need to pay. They needed to pay. They don't want to pay to go to Palo Alto, that's their choice. Why our Metro Park become a regional sport center? This is our community park, not for all the Bay Area. Thank you.
Lastly, again, please refrain from clapping. Thank you.
Up next, we have James F.
Hello, my name is Jim Fox. I'm a 38-year resident of Palo Alto. I've been playing tennis here for 38 years. I used to have a USTA team, and we were able to use either the back courts at Mitchell or at Cumberly, because you do need 3 courts. Those 3 courts in back are gone. So we've already lost 3 courts to pickleball. Taking the courts 3 and 4 on at Mitchell, which is the worst ones to take because they're the only ones with bleachers. So if you're going to have any kind of a match at Mitchell, you've destroyed the one place where you could actually have people watching the match. I oppose taking away more tennis courts because I play tennis, and according to your numbers, lots of people play tennis. We do have a noise problem. I live less than half a mile from Mitchell Park. I sit in my backyard, and all day and all night, I hear the pickleball in my backyard. I probably don't hear it with my windows closed. I haven't really thought about that, but I noticed it. What I want to say, though, is if you want to build more pickleball courts, and obviously there's a great demand for pickleball, you have what you call the standalone courts that were built years ago for paddleball. Nobody plays paddleball anymore, but the paddleball courts are now being used for pickleball right there at Mitchell Park, across from tennis courts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Put some more pickleball courts right there. That's a spot that's already used for pickleball. Expand those 2. You have to put down some more concrete and put up whatever, but it's right there. And whatever the parking problems are, they would be the same as if you were to take over the courts, tennis courts. So as a tennis player, please do not take away any more of our tennis courts. There are other options. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wenshin H.
Before we get started, I've asked twice, it's 2 or 3 times, please do not clap after the speaker. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wenxin again. So I'm trying to stress some points here that we have noticed that around Palo Alto, other cities try to block building more pickleball courts because they know Palo Alto has enough courts. Go ahead, go over there, play. They don't want to build anything. Why? They know the benefits, health benefit, whatever benefits. We listed a lot of benefits, but why they refuse them? They don't want the benefits because they know the drawback. They know what's wrong with that. So they don't want it. They ask people to move to Palo Alto to play, but we are not responsible for other cities' residents to play here. And, PA, PC, they said it got 52% of the members are from Palo Alto, but there are many players not even in their club are from outside. It's not counted for. So I think it's the right thing to do is like keep the tennis courts, not to take them away, because those tennis courts are very precious for us. We practice at night. There are only few available lighting courts in Palo Alto. So taking 2 more away make it extremely difficult. As we discussed in our topic, agenda number 4, we're already short of tennis courts. They are trying to take away more. That's not right. And also, we were very nice to give them a course at court number 7, and then they take a number 5 and 6 and shared. Then they took them all full day. Now they want to take more and more. They're so greedy. That's not right. Too greedy.
Thank you. Oh, next speaker.
Up next is Robert C.
Hi, thank you. Just one comment. As I read and listen to the staff report, I noticed something odd, which is, I quote from the background section, quote, in response, the city has incrementally expanded and adapted facilities to accommodate increased participation of pickleball, ... Despite these efforts, demand for pickleball continues to exceed available capacity. On the other hand, 4 of the 5 options suggested only expands the usage of facilities for the pickleball. So yeah, just wondering how we arrive at that. The only option proposed that does not sacrifice other facilities is the prioritizing usage for Palo Alto residents. That seems like a reasonable, and it draws a parallel to the previous topic discussed, which is tennis court usage for USTA, private coaching, and youth groups. That also has a common theme of prioritizing use for Palo Alto residents. So that option seems to make sense. Thank you.
Up next, we have Leslyn L.
Hi there again. Sorry, it's me again. As I had mentioned, I play 4 to 5 times a week at the Mitchell Park tennis courts with my husband. It's the thing that keeps our marriage together really well. So do that sometime. I also play pickleball once a week with my gal friends at the Mitchell Park. So I'm very familiar with the types of people that are playing there, the impact and all this and that. So, first of all, I don't want to reiterate all those things I said before, but I do want to correct some things that the president of the pickleball court said. And I have to commend the pickleball leadership. In 5 years, they have been able to get 15 courts, all in the back, right, and the front too. So there's a couple things. First, I wanted to clarify. As I said before, the 51 count is a misnomer. 24 are for the high schools that we never get access to. And really, the only course that are really decent at playing is really Mitchell Park. For those that actually play tennis seriously, Mitchell Park and Rinconada. So that really leaves 13, basically. And for Mitchell Park, where I play, we're already impacted because the back was taken. And the front two are always generally used for the city instructors for instruction or the junior league. So that means 2 courts. And so we regularly have to run around, wait. In fact, I run out of the car so that my husband could drop me and I can run and try to get a court to wait. So just to clarify that. And the other thing I wanted to clarify was that I just clarified that it's not underutilized. And one thing I wanted to note was that it appears the president said non-residents help pickleball players. So that means that they're actually agreeing that they are giving non-residents 50% at least of that huge number already. But isn't that what we're trying to decide how we're going to deal with? Right? That's already the problem. I think the threshold issue of solution needs to figure out how do we get rid of non-residents. I think we'll have a lot more space after that. So solutions, I do have solutions on that. I'll get to.
Thank you.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, I will send something in an email.
Okay, thank you. You can give it to me.
Our next speaker is Randall S.
Okay, Palo Alto resident for over 30 years, and I'm here representing a group of aging nerdy guys who organize ourselves called Racket Science, and we've been playing tennis at Mitchell Park for over 20 years, founded by Bill Jones, who couldn't be here this evening, another Palo Alto resident. I want to make 2 points. One is you're in a position to have to offset this weird phenomenon. Pickleball is a very high density sport, and it's easy for them to organize themselves. And with tennis, we've got this sort of distributed problem, and we're not represented by anything with the power and the PowerPoint slides and the funny fundraising that the pickleball guys can do. So you guys have to kind of represent us because we're actual citizens also out there. The second thing I want to say is not all resources are the same for tennis. We've got in Mitchell Park is just a beautiful resource. And we've gone from 7 courts down to 4. If we go down to 2 effectively, which are already being used for private lessons and all, that's going to create all sorts of issues, going to double the load. I don't know how realistic it is to continue that. It's located in this beautiful landscaping of the park. It's got restrooms there, tall trees provide cool morning shade. The courts have stand for spectators, nighttime lighting, a few steps to walk to Ada's Cafe. It's a beautiful facility. So it's not just the same. Cubberley is like this vast asphalt thing with dumpsters behind the buildings there. So it's a huge quality of life thing for all the players that I represent here. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Lisa S., had to leave early, but she did leave something for the record, so we'll add that into our public comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker after that would be Bing.
Good evening, council members. I'm here today to express a deep concern of the tennis community. We're witnessing our public tennis court, which is historically built for the tennis, being gradually taken by the pickleball over the past 7 years. And the current direction of a city policy is encouraging it. This is happening despite the survey data from our own community. According to Palo Alto Online of June 2025, showing that pickleball is a low priority for Palo Alto residents. Just 9% deemed it as an important amenity, while 53% said it was not too important. Even our neighbor, Mountain View, found only 7% of their residents want pickleball courts by Mountain View Voice. One of the agenda in today's meeting is to limit USTA play by enforcing the percentage of residency or limiting private tennis instruction, all due to the court shortage. While the following pickleball court discussion is all about reallocating of more limited tennis courts to pickleball. This doesn't make sense. Taking courts away from tennis to give to pickleball is the cause of the shortage. And I'm afraid that this would create more problems rather than solving them. The solution is not to pit us against each other for scrape-up payment. The tennis community asks you to return and preserve our existing courts. The pickleball community's growth is admirable, but it should not come at tennis expense. It is absolutely not zero cost. The pickleball should work with the city to find a new dedicated space to build their own courts, not take over ours. Please help us to protect our tennis court. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So our next speaker, I believe I entered Lisa S. twice. So the next speaker would be Juan Z.
Hi, my name is Zhuan Zhang, and I am a proud Palo Alto resident for 20 years. I'd like to ask the city not to convert more tennis court to pickleball court for the following reasons. One, overcrowding and parking issues. Since the pickleball courts were converted a couple of years ago, we have observed a large number of non-residents traveling from surrounding towns to use the courts. This influx has created parking congestions, raised the safety concerns, and limited access to local facilities for residents who should have priority. Two, loss of recreational space for students. The conversion of a tennis court has directly reduced access for students and the young players who rely on these courts for practice, recreation, and school-related activities. Tennis remains an important sport for youth development, and the loss of court undermines opportunities for students, athletes to play and train locally. Three, existing park congestions. Four, parking challenges for local residents. Five, preserving balance in recreation use. Our city should strive to balance the recreational needs of both tennis and pickleball players. We believe that removing a tennis court to create pickleball courts ultimately disadvantages Palo Alto residents, particularly students, while increasing crowding from outside communities and overburdening already congested park facilities. We respectfully request that the city of Palo Alto reject this convention and instead work with residents to find a solution that can support both sports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next is Jenny C.
Hi, my name is Jenny Chan. I am a Palo Alto resident, and I oppose the changing of courts 3 and 4 at Mitchell Park. As you can hear from prior speakers, there is still huge demand for tennis, and there's still not enough tennis courts at Mitchell Park. The pickleball club president suggested that tennis courts at Mitchell Park are often underutilized, which is not true, contrary to Adams' report. Adams' report showed that courts 3 and 4 are often full. Also, per Adams' report, there's about 100 pickleball players at a given time. That is 100 parking spaces taken. And I often go to the Mitchell Park Library. I can't even find parking space around the library. Can you imagine the children, the kids, school kids who want to go to the library and they can't, parents cannot find parking for them. It was also suggested that this option will not cost the city any money. I really find that very ugly because this is not a money issue. We're talking about the Palo Alto residents' right to enjoy their own amenities. The club has about 50% non-residents. The pickleball club think that they can buy their way in to displace the residents' right to the amenities. That is totally not right. I think the council should really consider the residents' enjoyment of the amenity and parking spaces and not just by the money carrot. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jing Liu.
Hi, my name is Jinglong Zha. I have been living in Palo Alto for over 25 years. I enjoy my life in Palo Alto. And so I want to thank you all for hard working to make Palo Alto so well. And today, I just want to simply say I against the extension of pickleball. And the reason is because I work in the evening frequently in the Mitchell Park and around the pickleball playground. To my observation, I do not have mathematical statistics data, but to my observation, most players are non-resident. Most players are non-resident. So I support the gentleman said access control. Maybe install a lock to allow citizens to to play or to register and so on. Because if you extend the pickleball facility, and then we'll make nowadays the parking lot is really full. And I remember in early days, and when my kids was young, and I sent them to Mitchell Park, more than half parking lot are free. Now, when I work, I find all with full. And there are a lot of people from the around the Bay Area come to Palo Alto. Maybe it's good to make Palo Alto more famous, but not good for residents. Also, I heard my neighbor say that in Magic Playground, also their 3-year-old kids cannot find a place to play. Also, some kids, school kids, no place for after-school activity. This is what I say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Our next speaker is Roger S.
I've lived here in Palo Alto for since 1964, and it's a great place. I used to play tennis, but then my knee went out. We have built here in Palo Alto, and Monica Williams is incredible. She built an institution that all of the peninsula takes advantage of. The big question really is noise and parking. I was a founder of Magical Bridge, and so that's something we can't discard. The other thing is, in the write-up, the pickleball folks have dual courts, but that's never used for tennis. So in my world, that's not dual. The other thing that I'm active down there, I pay for the porta potties that are there, and I didn't get any help from other people on that endeavor. So I think the noise and for the Magical Bridge should outweigh everything else that we're talking about. And the pickleball folks are very, very good. I've talked to a number of people from San Francisco to San Jose that come to play because it's such a great place and it's free. And as an example, Santa Clara, who's 127,000 people compared to our 52, have 4 pickleball courts. That to me is not fair. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe D.
I'll try to be very brief. Shorten my statement. I want to thank the Palo Alto Pickleball Club for helping our club at San Jose Pickleball Club to kick off our founding in 2020. Since then, we've made the expansion of pickleball in San Jose a highly accelerated rate, and that acceleration is expanded, as David said earlier. And we started with a single park. We've now influenced over 12. And the funding of overlay lines was where we started, but we're actually managing to have permanent courts put in. We had 2 new courts put in this year with lights in one of them. And the collaboration with our city council has managed to pass a budget for next year's renovations of our primary courts with a $300,000 budget passing. So this is our trend, and we are expanding, and people are playing in San Jose from San Jose and not traveling outside of San Jose. The club has a committee that is Adopt a Park partner with our park and working with the city that includes tennis players, and that's how we collaborate and try to maintain this expansion within new neighborhoods that are underserved. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mitch P.
Good evening.
My name is Mitch Peterson. I'm a board member of the Mountain View Pickleball Club. And tonight I wanted to share with you the efforts the club has been making to promote pickleball in the Mountain View area and the possible impact it could have on Palo Alto. We've recently, as a club, influenced our Parks and Recs Commission to change the hours to allow more pickleball players. But we did this in conjunction with working with the Mountain View Tennis Club, and we came to an amicable solution, and we were able to get more hours because there were just so many people waiting for courts. Also, we really work closely with the city of Mountain View, who is very dedicated to building more courts in Mountain View. There were some statements made earlier tonight that are incorrect. Mountain View has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars just in consulting fees to review potential pickleball sites in Mountain View. Tomorrow night is a very important meeting where those consultants will be doing their second readout of where they're at and seeking community input as to what those solutions are. And as another commissioner mentioned tonight, there's even a possibility, to find out more tomorrow, about use of private land. So their intention is in 2025 to finish the design, and in 2026, finish the build. It will be a multi-million-dollar build. They are very committed to doing this. We're committed as a club to help them and to foster it and to work amicably with all of our folks. So please know that what's happening around, what you're experiencing here in Palo Alto is absolutely being experienced in other cities nearby, and they are committed to working through just as you good folks are. So our hope is if we can get these courts, we can take some of the pressure off of Mitchell Park. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer L.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Liu. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to your hard work trying to make Palo Alto a better place to live. Thank you. I'm a Palo Alto resident for over 25 years. And unlike most people here, I'm not a tennis player or pickleball player, but I do care about our neighborhood deeply. I heard that many people, many pickleball players are coming out of town all over from the Bay Area to play pickleball here, causing a lot of issues for parking, overcrowding, noises, etc. I go to Mitchell Park Library, and it's so hard to find a parking space. I really hope you make decisions for the best interest for Palo Alto residents, so that the Palo Alto residents can enjoy our parks, community center, and all the facilities better. And people living in the neighborhood do not need to suffer from all the issues for the parking, crowding, noises, etc. I strongly hope you can consider two things. Number one, charge people from out of town some fees. In terms of the administrative thing, there are so many high-tech ways to make it so easy. Just swipe a card. If it's a resident, then it's free. Otherwise, charge a fee. Very simple. I really hope you can reject the idea of converting the tennis court into more pickleball fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emily D.
Good evening. My name is Emily Dana, and I lead the community efforts for pickleball in Sunnyvale. I want to respond to arguments that neighboring cities are doing nothing to expand pickleball access. Therefore, Palo Alto should not continue to invest in pickleball and carry an oversized burden that residents from other cities in the South Bay and Peninsula would freeload on. You've heard from my colleagues from San Jose and Mountain View, and now I want to share with you the efforts that Sunnyvale has done in the past and is doing right now to expand pickleball access in Sunnyvale. So I want to refute this claim that neighboring cities are doing nothing to expand pickleball access. For Sunnyvale, first, Sunnyvale currently has 12 dedicated pickleball courts operated by Lifetime Activities on land leased by the city. Over the past couple of years, these courts have been converted from tennis to pickleball. And just last year, they have been resurfaced with only pickleball lines so that they are now used 100% for pickleball. Second, the city of Sunnyvale has conducted an extensive community outreach in 24-25 about outdoor sports needs in the city and identified pickleball as the top request from residents for expansion. As a result, the city of Sunnyvale has allocated $200,000 in this year's fiscal budget to paint pickleball lines on up to 3 tennis courts, which will yield an estimated 6 to 9 additional pickleball courts in the next 10 months. And finally, Sunnyvale is starting to explore various options to build new pickleball courts from scratch. This is very early stage, but it shows you that the city is considering not only short-term, but also long-term expansion of access to the sport. So again, these examples from Sunnyvale, San Jose, Mountain View show you that other cities are doing their part to expand pickleball access. And I hope Palo Alto will also continue to do its part. You have a wonderful facility in Mitchell Park, but pickleball continues to expand, is extremely popular, and so
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andy C.
Hi, good evening. My name is Andy Chang. I'm the tennis coach at Palo Alto High School. I am not here to speak for tennis and against pickleball. I'm a racket sport professional, which means I promote all racket sports, including pickleball. I like to see a win-win solution being proposed here at the meeting. So I want to talk about something that I've been working on at Palo Alto, which is to convert the blacktop basketball courts to multi-use courts. We have one currently that's lit at night. It has pickleball line drawn, it has tennis court lines drawn, and it has actually basketball hoops on the side as well. When we look at the courts available at PAUSD, Pali is actually in the unique position of being far away from residences, and in the evening and on weekends having a very large and empty parking lot. So if you look at Gunn, if you look at Green and JLS, all of those schools don't have lights because they are close to residences. So Pali is actually in a great position to build additional courts as a long-term solution to the problem that we talked about today. I have raised this to the school administration and PAUSD already. However, my voice is not enough. I hear a lot of different voices in the room tonight, but I hope all the resources we have here can be consolidated to convert some of those blacktop basketball courts to multi-use courts. And that will actually help everybody here. We can prioritize the usage on weekends, evenings. As the coach, I am partial to saving 2 hours of day for my team's practice. But after that, after 6 p.m., it's open to pickleball or tennis, whoever wants to play there. The courts, those blacktop courts are currently underused. They're dark at night. So what we need are well-lit multi-use courts in those space. And I hope you can speak to the school administration and PAUSD about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Skull Vikes.
Our next speaker is Ted F.
Hi there. Good evening. I want to credit my first time stepping into this beautiful council chambers to David Siegel there, the president of the Palo Alto Pickleball Club. Because it took an interaction between me and him on the tennis court that led me here, right? I wouldn't have been so motivated otherwise. And that is one day I was playing this just a few weeks ago this summer, playing tennis with my son. And he grew up on those tennis courts, court 3 specifically. And I see David Siegel and other gentlemen, his associates, walking around with a clipboard, going around and surveying the courts. I could overhear some of what they're saying, but I wasn't too sure. As a resident, I was just curious what was going to happen to these courts. So I asked him nicely through the fence. I said, "Hey, can I ask you what you guys are planning?" He didn't acknowledge me. Rather, he looked at his associate, I believe he's sitting right next to him, and said, "Just ignore him. And I think that is unbecoming of a pickleball club president. I don't think it represents the pickleball sport. You know, I think my family plays both tennis and pickleball. We enjoy both sports. I don't think it's a zero-sum game. And I feel the city can come up with a solution that serves the whole community well. You know, so I second totally Coach Andy's idea, right? Turning these unused courts on the blacktops, very poorly surfaced courts at middle schools. In the afternoons, after school is out, they're not being used, right? So why not expand those? And also they're in the middle of the campus, not near residents. The sound's not going to be a problem. Parking's not going to be a problem.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Our next speaker is John W.
Good evening. My name is John Wang. I have been a resident of Palo Alto for over 35 years. After a long career in the tech industry, I'm now a community volunteer and a pickleball player. This evening, I'm speaking as the president of the board of Stevenson House, a nonprofit which houses 160 low-income seniors in 3 buildings directly adjacent to Mitchell Park. The well-being of our residents is our top priority, and I recently asked our staff whether any residents had complained about noise coming from the courts. The answer was a definitive no. In fact, the staff informed me that a few residents have been playing pickleball at Mitchell Park, and others were eager to learn how to get started there. Rather than being a nuisance, proximity to the courts has had a positive benefit for our residents, many of whom don't drive. The elimination of transportation, expensive equipment, and even language as barriers make pickleball at Mitchell Park a very accessible activity for our elderly residents. As we've been hearing, there's obviously a great controversy regarding potential expansion of the courts. So I want to provide the commission with this perspective on how pickleball enhances the lives of some of our less visible community members who live near the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is UAZ.
Hello, fellow commissioners. I was a past student at Henry and Gunn High School. I was the tennis team captain for the last 2 years, and I was I was a tennis team captain for the last 2 years. I've been on the varsity team for the last 4 years, and I would like to speak on the behalf of all the tennis teams, regardless of JV or varsity at Gunn. And if Coach Andy would let me, then I speak for the Pally kids too, because I have reached out to them as well. And so regarding this, there has been off-season practices that we try to organize by ourselves. And even during season, we try to play on the weekends to get better at tennis. And at Mitchell Park, that is like one of the only courts that are like reasonably playable, that even though it's still really, really dirty and there's not really a lot of cleaning going on, we can easily get injured on it because it's so dusty. And Cubberley is always like, or almost always taken up by USTA competitions for adults there. So going on to safety concerns, in the last, maybe from January to May, I've seen around like 5 or so accidents right in front of Mitchell Park Library, whether that is, that might be the cause of pickleball players or not, but there are definitely traffic concerns going on there. And looking at pickleball players, I've seen, I've playing tennis for about 13 years. I watch tennis. I've seen more pickleball players crashing out on live television than I've ever seen in tennis. And by crashing out, I mean throwing their rackets at their opponents, smacking opponents' rackets out of their hands, kicking their opponents in the face, and even complaining about the ball being flat. If I don't know if you've seen a pickleball, but a pickleball cannot be flat or deflated.
Okay, our final speaker will be joining us from Zoom is Kurt K.
Good evening. I guess it's time for somebody to be last, and in my role to be last, I don't really have much more to offer except resolution. And the resolution is simply this, that there is a growing demand for pickleball in Palo Alto, and there needs to be expansion of pickleball in Palo Alto. That's clear. What is also even more crystal clear is that the absorption of additional tennis courts at Mitchell Park is not the solution. The community doesn't want it in any way, shape, or form. And frankly, if you go to the Mitchell Park and you stand next to the tennis courts today, what you hear is children laughing. You hear families celebrating a birthday at the tables nearby. You hear the occasional roar of a soccer goal being scored. If you were to convert those tennis courts to pickleball and you add the 50 or so people waiting in line plus 50 or so people playing and the noise of the actual games being played, it would ruin the atmosphere of Mitchell Park. So please, commissioners, understand that today has been very helpful. It's been very meaningful, and the resolution is right in front of you. Find a way to expand pickleball in Palo Alto. This private partnership idea using empty lots, parking lots, is perhaps the best solution I've heard to date. But clearly, absorbing additional tennis courts at Mitchell Park is not the solution. So I know it's not easy, but I challenge the Parks and Recreation staff and the commission to find another solution, because Mitchell Park is not the answer. Thank you very much.
That concludes our public comments.
Thank you. I want to thank you, everyone in the audience and on Zoom, speakers, for your comments. I'll now turn it over to any members of the commission who have any questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, let's start with that. I call it, it happens to be myself, Commissioner Cribbs and Commissioner White. Commissioner Cribbs. Good.
Well, first of all, thank everybody for comments, thoughts, passion, love of a sport, both pickleball and tennis. I appreciate hearing everything that you all have to say, and certainly has given, I think, me and my colleagues a lot to think about. Long-term, well, short-term and long-term, I believe that pickleball is a sport that will continue to grow, one that's really good for the community. Not that tennis is not, but it provides us an opportunity to have community, and really fosters for a lot of people the ability to get rid of the sense of isolation, and provide some good, well, we've heard for a long time the benefits of pickleball, and I happen to believe that there are benefits like that for all sports, but particularly in pickleball. So having said that, I came here tonight to support the conversion of tennis courts 2, 3, and 4 to 8 pickleball courts. The second, if that wouldn't work, the second support I would have is for a multi-use situation, again, like we had a couple of years ago. I know that caused a lot of conflict, but I also think it showed that it could be done. So in the short term, I guess that's what I'd like to see us look at and discuss. But in the long term, I think it's going to be really important to look for other places in Palo Alto, other kinds of places, whether they're buildings or blacktop or schoolyards or anything else, to find a way to provide more pickleball courts and more tennis courts. I want to talk a little bit about the tennis courts at Cubberley, because I think we have a great opportunity with 6 courts there right now. There could be some possibilities for temporary lighting, although that's really expensive, and I know we have talked about it in our ad hoc for a long time. I also think that there are vacant buildings in Palo Alto that perhaps could be used, and I know that was a thought some time ago. But more than that, the bigger picture is for me that I would love to see the tennis community and the pickleball community come together, have discussions, have regular meetings, and see if they can see if we can all work together to have a long-term solution. This is a great community. There's a lot of really smart people here, and there are a lot of people who are really passionate about their sport. And I think we can together solve the problem. I love it that other communities in our area are working together, Mountain View and San Jose and Sunnyvale. And I think having all of us discussing what to do about the tennis versus pickleball is going to be really important in the future. So that's all from me for now, but reserve the right to come back.
Yes, Commissioner Wei.
Thanks, Chair. I'm new for the court sector for the liaison, and I want to echo most of what my fellow Commissioner Cripps says. And I think the community needs both sports, and I'm novice pickleball player and still learning, and I enjoy the tennis, not great player either. But I do think it's important that Palo Alto Pickleball Club and Palo Alto Tennis Club can coordinate together and share the court usage. Traditionally, all courts, basketball, volleyball, they have multi-use. So I do think in the long term, we should look into the long-term multi-use hub, maybe even in the upgrading for Rinconada, we're looking to Rinconada remodeling, can look into where the tennis court can be used for pickleball court as well. For short term, I really, similar to my fellow commissioner, a vote for converting, that's a temporary short-term solution for the tennis court to pickleball court as a faster solution and with not much of capital injection. And as we heard the great presentation by Adam, there's limited courts and we have capital concern, and also there's site constraints and the noise concern, as well as we have to balance the demand between Palo Alto residents and equity access for both sports. Finally, we can look into Coach Andy's solution about using underused school facilities, which is a conversation with the our school district. Again, they are separating from us, having their own vendors, so that's another challenge. And similarly, we manage swimming pools with resident card, non-resident card. With the modern technology, we can probably impose that as well as the Palo Alto tennis court non-resident resident cards to accommodate many residents' requests for making our residents to use them more. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, as a member of the ad hoc, I'd like to offer a few reflections and some questions that we think about to address this issue. I think, as Commissioner Cripps said, it would be great if the tennis and the pickleball community were to really try and work together and help us as in the city come up with solutions that would be a win-win for everyone. You know, one thing about, I mean, I've been on the pickleball court a couple of times as well, and I have a family that's all tennis players, so I definitely understand the difference in the sports and what the needs are. I know we talked about Adam made mention of the fact that there's a large number of people who are, you know, playing on the pickleball courts, but also the same is happening on the tennis courts, as well as the number of people who are actually waiting to play. And keep in mind that for pickleball, you're probably in and out in 10 to 15 minutes, and then you're rotating in another 2 people, another 4 people. So there's a lot of churning and turnover of people moving in and off the court. Well, unlike tennis, you're going to be out there for, you know, it could be anywhere from 45 minutes to 2 hours, depending on what that is. But I think we all realize that pickleball is more than just a trend. It's not going to go away. It's become kind of I think a critical source of physical activity, outdoor engagement, and social connections for our residents. And you know, sort of unlike some of the more demanding sports, like, I guess if you want to call pickleball a sport, but, such as tennis or jogging or basketball or pickleball is accessible to a wider range of people. And it's so regardless of the age or skill level or even the physical ability. I think, if you go out to the court, you're seeing older adults who are returning to movement and recreation who might not have, if it wasn't for pickleball, might not be on the outside enjoying and socializing and actually moving rather than sitting in front of the TV, reading the newspaper and so forth. And it's also, lends itself to people recovering from injuries or facing mobility limitations who can play pickleball a lot safer, with more safety. So the bottom line is that the growth is, I think, unlocking health benefits for all ages, and we should see it as a, vital part of our, and I'm going to say, of our inclusive parks and recreation mission. Some of the comments about, the fact that we have people coming in from the outside, taking advantage of our recreational activity. That's actually a good thing. If you think about the city, we have a population of around 50,000 people, and the city's infrastructure is built for 100,000 plus. And part of that is that we're very, one of the things the city is we try and be as inclusive as we can. Those people who are coming into the city are also bringing in, taking advantage of our restaurants or shopping and so forth. So we shouldn't negate that. So I think it was also great to know what some of the other cities are doing. And every, we hear about it all the time that more and more cities are faced with, we're not alone in this, in trying to come up with a solution. So cities around us like Sunnyvale, Mountain View, and Menlo Park are all working hard to expand their pickleball access. And I think there's been some pretty good suggestions coming up, and this is not, a done deal. Whatever we decide tonight or decide in the future, it's going to be an evolving process. I think Adam and staff have done a good job as presenting some of the different options that are available to us. I like, as an ad hoc, we like maybe to try out the dual striping. Some of what we did before, and then short of that would be converting, the courts in 3 and 4 as well. So I think it's important that we don't overlook the public health value that this sport and tennis brings to the table. It's low impact. We talked about this being socially rich, supporting mental well-being, and it's accessible to seniors, people with joint issues and beginners who may have found, played tennis or racquetball in the past and find that pickleball is giving them another opportunity to get out there and play a sport. So I think so do we have, I think the part of this also, do we have the staff capacity to maintain new courts? But I think the clear message here is that we should continue to look at options and opportunities. I know the ad hoc has spent a lot of time working with staff to try and come up with solutions that would be a win-win for both sides. And whatever decisions we make going forward, it's going to be an evolving process, and we need your help on that as well, whether it be from the tennis community or from the pickleball community. I'm going to pass. Okay, Commissioner Cripps. I'm sorry, Commissioner Klaus.
Thank you. A couple of things first. I live in the Adobe Meadows neighborhood, so not far from Mitchell Park, and often walk there. And I don't play tennis or pickleball, but I witness a lot of what is happening there and nearby in other amenities that the city provides. For disclosure, I met with David Siegel. He invited me to see and discuss the pickleball fields, and I've done that, and that was very enlightening. So I wanted to mention that. And then I agree with the previous speakers, but I do think that both pickleball and tennis provide the community with immense benefits, both health and creating a community, feeling of belonging, creating social, physical health benefits, all of that. I don't think that we really can judge one versus the other. People here talked about how much these sports mean to them, and they mean equally important to both of these groups. And so I can't say that one of them is healthier than the other or is more meaningful to the people who play that. I also don't know that we have more players in one or the other. And essentially, I don't think that how many people are on a court at one time is necessarily the best judgment of how to use facilities. I think we need to look at diversity of uses and amenities in different parks that we have. We've had so many discussions about the fact that some parts of the city don't have the same access to parks in general, or to dog parks, or to some other amenity. And you're discussing potentially evicting an important a group from an important facility to them. And at the same time, we heard here that tennis courts are not as available as if we thought they were, and that these particular sports are very important to a large part of the population. So I think we need to look at not only the highest priority is how many people use it, but the diversity of amenities that we provide in different parts of the city. And I think that the clustering of more pickleball at Mitchell creates a really high conflict hotspots where there's clearly winners and losers, whereas looking at other places as well would be better. And more equitable if we look at courts in different parts of the city. Some of the discussion here tend to discount the other group, and I find that upsetting. I don't see that somebody who doesn't really hear the sound can say, oh, there is no problem with noise. Or somebody who doesn't really enjoy one sport can say, oh, that sport is not enjoyable. I think we really need to hear the community that speaks to their own feelings and not discount anyone. And specifically with noise, I can hear it from my house and I'm really not far, really not close. So if I sit outside, I mean, all relative, right? But not immediately close. But I think the comments that were made here by a few people was that the impact of noise is not only on residents, is on park users. And one specifically mentioned the Magical Bridge and other users that people are there, a lot of people are there all the time. And as you expand the noise sphere, people enjoy the park less, and some of them may not come anymore, while other people will be coming to enjoy their sport. And I think we need to know a lot more about the impact on the Magical Bridge, for example, of having that level of noise and potentially more. I talked to one parent who told me, and it's hard to say, but they can't take their child there because they're on the spectrum and the noise is too difficult for them. And that park initially, that was supposed to be for children with disabilities. And if they can't go there, then maybe we really need to look much wider at how do we address pickleball in general. Not asking you to close the existing sports, pickleball courts, but I think we need to think about it. So the noise in the park is an issue, and we had a community picnic last weekend at Ramos Park. And at least one person, although some were nodding, was saying, what can we do about the noise? I can't be outside my home. So there is a noise issue, and we can't just ignore it and say, oh, it's not a problem. And if we expand it, the pickleball availability, I don't know if the noise will be the same or not. Noise travels in different ways. And so it's kind of hard to predict. So maybe it doesn't travel to the Lord Stevenson house, but it goes, east along the Adobe Creek. We don't know. And I think we should know. So that is something that I think we need to be very, very aware of. and it's not just the noise. Just please don't discount other people's feelings, other people's sports, other people's enjoyment. Everybody has the right to expect. It's just kind of difficult. When I spoke to David Siegel and in other opportunities, I asked about reservations. We have reservations for whenever we have a lot of demand for a limited resource, we try to manage it. And I think reservations here make total sense. Not every court, but if we did a pilot where we say, okay, let's say we have 15 courts, half of them, you can do half of 15, but never mind, or maybe different times of day or whatever. But some of them will be for walk-in, drop-in, and others are by reservation only. So you do a hybrid system. I think Berkeley does that. And then do a pilot, see, is that removing some of the congestion? I mean, we can't provide for all those hundreds of people that are waiting in line. We're not going to be able to do that unless, you know, we buy another facility, another park, a different place. So, and also if the other our neighbors who are working on it, they're not there yet. So, you know, maybe that will eventually alleviate some of these issues. But for now, I think that looking at reservations is important. I don't know that we need to necessarily prioritize Palo Alto residents or not. I think there is value to having, you know, a diverse community, and not all of them have to be from Palo Alto. But I think reservations as a first step in Mitchell is really, while we're looking at other options elsewhere, is really, really important. So I'll go to the options that you identified. So the first one was expansion in Mitchell Park. I am not supportive of that for the reasons I just mentioned. I'm supportive of providing, but I would look for alternatives to that, because evicting one use with so many people who came to tell us this is really important to me is just not right. The second one is to dual strip additional tennis courts. If that's at Mitchell, that's the same as expansion in Mitchell, because there'll never be a tennis player that will be able to play there. So unless you can, again, do reservations and make sure that things are shared and not one takes all, then I wouldn't say no to dual strip additional courts. Limit non-resident use. I don't know about that. There were people here that said, oh, there's so many people from outside that come here and play and we don't get to play. I appreciate that. I think reservation systems could solve that better than limit non-residential use, but I'm not necessarily completely opposed to that. And I think you need to study it a little better to see what does that mean. New construction, as we know, that's very difficult. There were several ideas here about where pickleball might fit, like in schools after hours, on blacktop or whatever. I don't know where we can put them. I would be absolutely and vehemently opposed to using open space for this purpose. So, you know, if we're looking to convert open space, that's what happened in Mountain View. If you go to anyone who will go tomorrow to listen to that public meeting with them, you'll see that created a huge pushback in the community when they wanted to use a little bit of open space. In reconfiguration at Cubberley, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. If that is an option, I think we need to find out what does that mean for both groups, like, you know, for both pickleball and tennis players. But I do think that we need to look at other places in the city and not concentrate all the pickleball in South Palo Alto, if possible. So the last one I have is a couple of other things that I mentioned and other people have mentioned. One of them is the public-private partnership. It took a long time for Mountain View to find that, but that would solve almost everybody's issues, right? The tennis courts will remain, and there will be additional either indoor or outdoor, and I'm not sure. I mean, tomorrow they'll probably talk about it, and I can't be there, but maybe some of you can ask them. So I think that can accommodate the pickleball and at the same time preserve the amenities that we have, the people who currently use them. And again, the mention of schools or other types of partnerships that could provide space. And lastly, pickleball is indeed a hugely growing sport, and there are already in Mountain View, Sunnyvale and in San Jose and other places, there are private facilities that provide that. And I think that's really important. The city has a pool, the schools have pools, and we have pools in private facilities. The city has tennis courts, the schools have tennis courts, and we have tennis courts in private facilities. There is a business opportunity here, you guys. Somebody has to grab it because this is growing. And like the chair said, there'll be a lot more people wanting to play pickleball. And so I don't know if the Chamber of Commerce can help here, but maybe. So I would say talk to the Chamber of Commerce. Maybe they can come up with some ideas, both as to public-private partnerships and potential business opportunities. I guess I'll stop for now. I may come back later.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Just want to start by thanking staff and the ad hoc committee. It represents a huge amount of work to bring the report forward. So just appreciative of all the efforts that led up to tonight. And obviously thanks to the community for coming and speaking and sharing your feedback. I'm a little disappointed hearing the discourse here tonight. It seemed very combative compared to some of the other times we've discussed this topic. Just want to start by reminding everybody that we're all part of the same community, part of the same ecosystem. Tennis players become pickleball players become tennis players, like the all racket sport mentality. And so my comments are with that in mind. I also think I know this is not an action item tonight, but when we are asked to make difficult decisions, which will make some particular group unhappy, it's very easy to sit up here and ask for more information. Staff, bring back more information, look into this, look into these alternatives. But as a user that's expecting some sort of resolution, that's very frustrating. And so with the information presented here tonight, having witnessed the activity at Mitchell Park firsthand, and I did go meet with David Siegel upon invitation to witness the pickleball activity and would have met with anybody else had it been requested. I've conducted court counts personally when I served on the ad hoc a few years ago, and I've grown up in Palo Alto and grew up playing tennis at Mitchell Park. So with all that in mind, just sharing my personal opinions on the issue. And I do want to note that I think drawing conclusions based on discussions with a single parent is not particularly correct and representative of how this commission should conduct itself in soliciting community feedback. It should be done more holistically than that. The city of Palo Alto has done a lot for pickleball in a very short amount of time, but pickleball has also done a lot for our city. And I think of pickleball at Mitchell Park very similar to tennis at Rinconada, and that it's a destination, it is single use, but it does create that community atmosphere. And that's what I've witnessed at both of those locations. So if we are looking at other locations, we have to be looking at it through the lens of, you may expect that kind of expansion in the future as well. And so that becomes a bigger effort as well. Regarding the sound, I think just because the noise of pickleball is not as pleasing as the tennis pop sound doesn't mean that we shouldn't allow them to be in our parks. There are some dogs with horrible, horrible growls and barks. They're still in our parks, walking the dog parks, and we don't disallow them to be there. Parking, I've never seen so much outreach and mitigation of impacts as has been done by the pickleball club shown here tonight with the coordination with neighbors. I've never had trouble parking when I've gone to go visit and do court counts personally. That's not saying that it's not an issue at some points. The court utilization, I mean, we were speaking earlier tonight about the tennis court utilization. Palo Alto Pickleball has a very good handle and system on monitoring, making sure that those courts are used in a very efficient manner. Timers, self-policing, those are some practices that we could actually bring over to the management of the tennis courts on the city side, because it does tend to be a little bit difficult. I am very supportive of ongoing conversations between tennis and pickleball stakeholders, and think some sort of regular meeting between the two groups. There's a lot of you guys here tonight. I think that would yield just better solutions moving forward. Supportive of evaluating alternative court options in the future or exploring any sort of reservation systems. I am concerned about the staff impacts on that. And so want to just be mindful of taxing staff and making sure that this is as self-sufficient as possible. With it being in mind that alternative court options may yield a large amount of demand just based on the community atmosphere of pickleball. Supportive of the Coverly lighting. Maybe there's a partnership opportunity there with pickleball and tennis. And then with the options presented here tonight, I do think either the restriping or the full conversion of 3 and 4 are kind of very similar in terms of their probable impact. But I do see the demand for making that conversion at this point in time with the information presented. But I'm open to other options and more information as it's presented, but with the information currently presented here tonight, I would be supportive of one of those options.
Thank you. Commissioner Greenfield, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
First of all, I want to thank you all for coming tonight and speaking up for yourselves and your groups. We're all here tonight because we love active recreation and community. I want to share that I've personally played both sports. I enjoyed both sports, and through them, I've made wonderful friends. That's why I know how important these activities are, not just for exercise, but for connection and belonging. I also recognize the passion and the frustration on both sides, but I don't see this as one sport against another. This is about how we as a city can balance limited spaces so that all the residents or everyone can benefit. I've seen some short-term solutions tonight. I think I need more information to make a decision. Especially, I want to flag that parking is a real issue that I heard a lot. If we want to add or shift court capacity, I think we need to make sure we are not creating new traffic or safety problems for nearby neighborhoods. I would encourage staff to include a parking impact analysis in any feasibility studies moving forward. And in the long term, we definitely should explore expanding or reconfiguring the facilities. Just this morning, I spoke with a council member who suggested that we can consider the underutilized parkland near the golf course, which was supposed to be baseball fields, but they were forgotten. And we can also learn from some local models, like the JCC. They've converted their indoor basketball court plus gym for dual use with pickleball. That I heard they had great feedback. So that shows us that a flexible design approach could be possible at sites like Coverly if we are going to have a new indoor multiple sport gym. Anyway, I think our guiding principles should remain clear. First of all, safety for residents, then equity of access, and the community spirit. So I think we should all working together peacefully and giving constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Greenfield.
Thank you. Thank you to the ad hoc for your detailed work on this and staff for pulling through this with the extensive details as always. It's a difficult issue. We knew that coming in. No surprise. The key here to me is balance. It's a challenge, but balancing the community, both the community and the regional use of our resources, balancing the needs of the tennis and pickleball communities. I used to play tennis. I look forward to playing more pickleball in the future. I think totally appreciate the success, the astounding success of pickleball at Mitchell Park, and their incredible collaboration with the city. It's now, to an extent, they're a victim of their own success. It's very popular. I appreciate the need for more pickleball courts. I go by the courts often at various times of the day, various days of the week. It's regularly bustling, overflowing. I'm surprised that Adams' count of overflow wasn't higher than it is. It seems higher than that to me. I also see that the parking lot in Mitchell Park is very full and bustling. I'm biking through, so it doesn't affect me too much. But the parking, I think is an issue. I echo the comments from other commissioners, especially Commissioner Brown, about the need for collaborative approach within our community. I am dismayed by the tone of a lot of the rhetoric here this evening. We're one community. There's lots of crossover between pickleball and tennis, as Commissioner Brown noted. The current tone in many cases was anything but collaborative, and I really hope that can improve. It's a key to our success. I'm not convinced that, or I'm concerned about the infrastructure impact at Mitchell Park and expanding pickleball. I'm not convinced, frankly, that adding a dozen or more new courts will be a mid-range solution. It looks to me like a play on the field of dreams. It's the court of dreams. If you build them, they will come. And I don't see any reason to expect it'll be differently. One day, pickleball demand won't continue to increase exponentially as it has been for many years. But in the meantime, I think it's important to consider how to address the need. I don't think we know we don't know the percentage of Palo Alto pickleball players versus non-Palo Alto pickleball players. It's not, I don't think it's important to know that. We know that participation from neighboring communities is very important. It's enriching to our community. It's the fair and right thing to do. But again, it comes down to balancing community needs versus regional needs. I do think that Palo Alto is currently assuming disproportionate regional burden for pickleball resources. It's great to hear from neighboring communities about their plans. Hopefully everybody's stepping up, and that's very encouraging to hear. Just because we're overburdened at the time doesn't mean we shouldn't try to figure out how to expand it. I think we should. So getting back to what we're tasked with today, staff's requesting whether or not we should pursue additional pickleball resources. I think absolutely yes, we should. As far as prioritizing which of the 5 options to pursue, expansion of pickleball courts 3 and 4. I really appreciate the perspective hearing from the tennis community that they've been flexible. They've given up a lot at Mitchell Park, and I think that I do believe that this latest request is going too far. I think it fragments the tennis community at Mitchell Park too much. It's kind of beyond the point of no return. I do appreciate there's 4 courts there. Often 2 of the courts are reserved for the lessons or something else, and so there's not much availability there. I think it would be great to be able to expand it at Mitchell Park pickleball, but I don't think it's reasonable to do it right now, given the impact it would have on tennis at Mitchell Park. I agree with other comments that options 1 and 2 are essentially the same. I do not support option 2 with dual striping either. as far as option 3, limiting non-resident use, I don't think that's the best solution or the most productive solution for a variety of reasons that I don't think I need to get into. New construction and reconfiguration are they're both long-term solution, medium to long-term solutions. I think we should be pursuing them. I think we need to have some mid to long-range planning. Anything that I really think that the best solution would be to distribute, ultimately, long-term, midterm, distribute pickleball within the community better. And I think that it would be great if there were another pickleball hub within Palo Alto. I know that finding another site is challenging. I think that any new pickleball hub would need to be a substantial cluster of courts to create the appropriate community, like a dozen courts probably as a minimum. I think that would be ideal. Another option, if tennis were clustered at Coverly, that's a reasonable option. If that became, there were lighted tennis courts, there were clean, nice tennis courts, desirable tennis courts, at least 6 courts, maybe more, then it would be reasonable to consider tennis at Coverly, pickleball at Mitchell Park. They're in proximity to each other. There will be hopefully the environment at Coverly in the medium range future will be similarly inviting as Mitchell Park. I think it's important to consider other options. My hat's off to Coach Chang for visiting us this evening and sharing his idea with us. That's a great idea of something to pursue. Obviously, it becomes more complicated with the breakup of the relationship between the city and the school district, but still, absolutely, that's something that we should be pursuing. Another idea I'll throw out there, and having worked on park dedication for 9 years, I know that how this can be problematic, but potential would be, I think we should look into is across the street from Brewer Park at the utility substation across Colorado at West Bay Shore. There's a green strip there. There's room for 12 to 18 courts there. I'm sure the utility department isn't going to be thrilled about the idea of giving up this land, but I think it's something that would be reasonable for the community to pursue. There's parking available on West Bay Shore. Noise should not be an issue right next to Bay Shore Freeway. So I think that's a potential. And any kind of private partnership and trying to figure out a parking lot. What I'm getting at is if we can find some sort of temporary solution to offload, to create some new pickleball opportunities while we're waiting to see what happens between Coverly and Mitchell Park, then we're aiming towards a solution in the near term, in the medium range. Or sorry, we're aiming towards a near-term solution, a bit of a temporary solution as we wait to develop a more complete and mature midterm solution. That's my comments for now. I might have something else if I figure out something else that I forgot to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just say that we really appreciate the comments that have been made both in the public and also here on the dais with the commission. This is not just a space on the court. It's about our broader mission, which is to promote health, foster community, ensure equity and access to outdoor spaces and programs. So, pickleball, I think we're all seeing. It's not something that I think is going to go away in any of our lifetimes in a way. I think, pickleball now is part of that mission. It serves as a uniquely broad population and reflects the evolving needs of our community. And this is an opportunity to do so. I think we have to look at a short-term solution. I think some of the options that have been presented with option 1 and option 2 are possible short-term solutions that can alleviate some of the issues. I think the pickleball community's done a really good job of being organized and trying to come up with ways that can eliminate or reduce some of the issues that surround parking and noise and so forth. So I'm encouraged by this report, and I look forward to the continued study of this. And like I said, it's not going to be something that we it comes back to the commission, and we make a decision on it. That's a done deal. It's an there's more and more happening, more and more people being able to take advantage of the sport itself. It's a good problem to have in the city. The fact that you look at the history that Adam had put forth, where how we started off in the city of introducing a program, and one of the first cities that came up with a unique program and have developed a pretty good community base that has brought some people from outside, but people go where you can get the best competition, and that's a good problem to have. So and the city benefits from it, from the fact that we have people coming into the city who are spending money. I think we're looking at the two factors, one being the noise, the other being parking. And I applaud the pickleball community of trying to come up with solutions for at least addressing the parking issue. I haven't been to Mitchell Park a number of times. There's a lot going on in that park. You get a lot of energy from the park. The Magic Garden and all the other things that are happening is really it's a park that's very well used by by the folks here in the city. So I support options 1 and 2, and hope that we can make a decision coming forth. So thank you everyone for the comments. Mr. Greenfield.
Just a couple more comments. Following up on the question that Roger Smith raised for the 2 dual use courts at Mitchell Park, the 2 tennis courts that are share with 7 pickleball courts. Are those courts ever used for tennis? And are the pickleball nets even are they there permanently, essentially?
Yeah, so they never move. That's so when I say the final count, I include them as pickleball courts because that's how they're used. They're not built-in nets, but they are pickleball courts.
I would advocate that we add it moving forward to look to make them permanent pickleball courts unless there's a reason not to consider doing that. And my second question is, can you clarify the decision? This decision, any policy decision, would ultimately be a city council decision?
That's correct. So we would have a recommendation from the commission to move forward to that we would present to city council. And then I just think my comment in terms of kind of timing, I understand there's some urgency of people wanting some quick action. From my perspective, I think I need to re-understand what our court usage is going to look like with the changes to the school district courts, at least understanding what the policies are going to be around there. Because that to me is now an unknown that I'm not comfortable with not knowing as we drive these conversations is what's truly available to us and to the tennis community. And so while we kind of flush that out, I will continue to work with both communities, try to get a little creative in terms of that idea around private partnerships. Other spaces, I think we've gone through this a lot, so they're limited. Commissioner Greenfield, the utilities one that you just talked about, I'm not too familiar with that space, so I will look into that too. And then for anyone listening, I will flush out ideas as they come to me, and I will look into it from every angle. But right now, I think that the timeline will be deposed on how we can figure out what our court situation really looks like now.
Commissioner Cripps.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for talking about the change in the city school district policy, because that's going to make a big, I think, effect on what we plan for the future. So I think it's really important to bring that up and include that in whatever report we have. And then in addition, I would really support the creation as soon as possible with a tennis and pickleball joint community leadership group.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again, Adam, for the very thorough report. We look forward to the final feedback on that. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break before the next item on the agenda. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, let's go and get the meeting started. So we decided to, should I take a vote on that or just make that decision? Okay, let's do it. So for business item number 6, which is to review and provide feedback on the draft turf study, we're going to go ahead and listen to the public comments on that and then convene another meeting at a later date. Okay.
Yeah, so just to clarify, we're to the speakers online, we're not going to do the presentation tonight due to the late hour. We will hear all public comments on this item tonight, and then we will find a time to do a special meeting to hear the presentation.
Okay. So you will poll the commission
We will poll the
for,
commission,
okay.
yeah, for this one item.
Okay.
Just
Okay. Yeah, we have the speakers.
Yeah, we have 5 speakers for this, 1 in person and 4 via Zoom.
Okay. Let's go back to 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Can I clarify that even though we're listening to the public comment now, if they wanted to make public comment when at the special meeting, they could also do that, correct?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Our first speaker will be Manny D.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Manny Diaz. I'm a former planning commissioner, city council person, state legislator from San Jose. And let me commend you for sticking it out tonight. I mean, it's pretty amazing the process you guys have gone through. So I just want to commend you on that. And I'm sure everybody's very tired. So I think I lost my voice as well. Anyway, I have a letter here. I'm here on behalf as a consultant for Tecate Grass. They're the largest manufacturer of artificial turf in the United States. They're installer. And so they're what I call the leading company dealing with artificial turf in the world. As far as all the innovations, improving turf, and making sure that it's the safest product out there, and also the ability to recycle this product. So I'm going to leave this, I believe I sent the letter to your staff here, and also want to commend the staff for, the report they put together. It really identifies a lot of the stuff that I'm bringing tonight. But I also want to let you know that as a policymakers, I think, you guys understand that it's very important to get good information, accurate information, because there's a lot of what I call misinformation or old studies on this topic. In the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of changes have occurred on artificial turf. And for instance, right now, it could be recycled, and it's already happening. In the Netherlands, where this company is based, that's their headquarters, 95% of the turf fields are recyclable right now. So right now, this company also has a recycling facility here in the United States, and they do a lot of recycling here. As a matter of fact, they went over here at Stanford. So that is very possible. I know that was one of the issues that people raised. Also, there is the issue of PFAS, and everybody understands about the issue with PFAS. There is a product out there that this company and other companies have that is PFAS free. It's called, the one that from Tecate is called Pivot, and it's available now. It's been out for a few years. And so it addresses the concerns that, many groups have about PFAS. In addition, I think everybody understands that the costs are much less for the cities. Right now, a lot of cities are facing these huge deficits. And so having artificial turf will reduce the overall operating cost of these playing fields, and obviously will create a lot more playing time for a lot of the sport clubs that want to use your fields, which obviously is very important. So I want to share that with you, and also let you know that the Cal EPA also has a study out right now draft study, and I'm going to leave this big booklet here for staff, and when they want to read it, put them to sleep, put me to sleep. It's very technical.
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, I just want to share that with you and look forward to this future discussion. I know this is just the first time that we're having public comment.
Yeah, thank you. You can go ahead and give the report to staff if you want.
Sure.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue, and she's via Zoom.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. So let me start. If you can't hear me, please let me know because I've been having poor Zoom reception all day. Okay. It certainly seems like the Lloyd consultant study was carefully structured to lead to their recommendation that the city should choose artificial turf over natural grass. First of all, the report did not talk about organically managed fields at all and only brought up conventionally managed ones. Heidelberg Park in Pennsylvania saw a transformation in playability after switching to organic practices. By resolving compaction and drainage issues and creating a robust turf with increased resilience to use. Also rebuilt or rehabilitated organic grass fields like Denison University soccer field have experienced no cancellations due to rain, providing continuous playability even after heavy rainfall. The field went from frequent closures to being one of the most requested play surfaces, closely matching the consistency and weather resilience often attributed only to artificial turf. And Veterans Middle School in Marblehead, Massachusetts, this organically managed field reported 1,180 scheduled hours in 2018, and with informal recreation included, reached 1,360 hours per year. Some fields in the Marblehead district reached over 2,000 hours per year for scheduled activities with an estimated total of 2,210 hours for all use types. But just like the sales materials published by artificial turf vendors, in this report, artificial turf is considered the gold standard for durability, offering year-round playability with minimal downtime and rapid recovery from heavy use. However, as mentioned above, recent organic management approaches to natural grass fields have achieved comparable playable hours and field resilience, especially when fields are thoughtfully built or rehabilitated for optimum soil health, drainage, and maintenance routines. The fact that the Lloyd report did not mention this dramatic improvement in playtime of organically managed grass fields and didn't even mention organically managed grass fields are even clearly biased towards supporting their artificial turf recommendation. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Sherry L.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for staying up so late to hear this. I live right behind Cubberley, and there are grass and plastic fields right next to each other. And I don't know why these weren't studied in the report, so I thought I would tell you about them. Just the things you might not already know, because I know it's late. So first of all, the plastic fields require a surprising amount of maintenance. There's a lot of raking. A few weeks ago, gardeners had raked about 10 enormous bundles of green plastic strands. And I was so amazed, I asked, and I was told that, well, it's a newer field. It needs more raking. But the previous one also needed a lot. You get these weird, like, tufts of plastic, quote, grass that stick up, and you've got to get rid of them or it's dangerous. Also, I've noticed the last plastic field only lasted 6 years, right? They put in after that Palantir thing. So I was shocked about that. I mean, this is huge. The other thing is both the new field and the old field shedded pellets like crazy. I mean, they are forever mixed in with the redwood leaves and the soil around the track. It's not recyclable. You can't extract that shit from the soil. So it's there and it's there forever. This morning, right, I had an exercise class on the plastic field, and I came home and there was pellets on the ground on my floor. So the plastic is a mess. It's not recyclable, a lot of it, and it spreads all over the place. The other thing is I don't understand the 7-to-1 ratio mentioned in the report. I mean, all of these fields are well used. The grass fields are well used and the plastic field is well used. And there's not that much of a difference. Sometimes the bigger people have their games on the plastic field because it's bigger, and the smaller people on the grass fields. The grass fields are closed for a few months in the winter, but for much of that time, the plastic field isn't that well used either. Finally, the plastic field is generally unpleasant. It's hot and it's scratchy for the players and it's hot for the spectators. The grass, like trees can actually grow in the grass. So the parents are always sitting out there and they love it and they're sitting in the shade. It smells good. It supports a variety of activities. You can, not just soccer, ultimate, and volleyball happen there. You can stick a net in the grass. People hang out, they picnic on it. Birds fly over it in the mornings and the evenings. Dogs play on it. Sometimes there are rabbits in it. So we should think really, really hard about wrapping our ground in plastic. Kids don't need 24/7 year-round soccer. I say this as a parent of a serious soccer player. It's not good for them. Plastic, however green it is painted, is not good for the environment, and it's unpleasant to be on for long. Nature is what sustains us and what we intuitively love. I guarantee you, if the people were asked which of these fields do you want to keep, it would be the grass and not the plastic. So thanks for considering this. And again, thanks for staying up so late.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan H.
Yes, good evening. My name is Susan Hinton, and this evening I'd like to speak as a retired aeronautics software manager and software engineer. So I read through the report, and I will say that the analysis in several places is flawed. For example, for hours of play on El Camino Field, supposedly there are 3 fields. Really, there's one field. There's one big field, and sometimes the field is split into 2, and each half is scheduled and played on. Those hours cannot be added together, all 3 of those hours, because imagine a big rectangle cut in half. You have the big rectangle and all the hours across the big rectangle. Then you have half a rectangle and hours on it, on half the field. Then you have the other half of the field and the hours played on it. The hours played on the 2 half fields should not be fully added to the other hours. Probably I need to draw a picture. In any case, I have the data from El Camino Park, and for 4.625 years, which is to say the years 2021 through 2024, plus 7.5 months in 2025, it turns out that the playable hours on there are actually 2,050 hours per year when averaged across all of those. I know that the Sierra Club provided some information to you and about some fields, 4 fields in Arizona, and those are grass fields. And those fields have playable hours of anywhere between 2,172 per year and 2,458. So I think you need to go and reanalyze a few things. Plus the peak playing hours at El Camino Park are actually in June and July. There's no rain, so you don't really get rained out under those circumstances. Finally, the references that are mentioned, like for example, supposedly it's $40,000 a year to take care of a grass field, a conventionally managed grass field. I don't know where that number came from. If I wrote a report as a software engineer or a manager where I didn't tie the numbers to an actual reference, I would probably not be able to keep my job. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Cynthia F.
Yes, this is Cynthia. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good evening. So the turf study concludes natural grass cannot support the number of hours of play that we need at El Camino. However, the study overlooks a number of real-world examples of grass fields built and managed in less traditional ways ways that are proving to safely support much more use than typical grass fields. The Toxics Use Reduction Institute has published a number of case studies that demonstrate that grass fields built and managed organically can support carrying capacities much greater than conventional fields. Also, the turf study report itself indicates Sierra Club provided case studies of several grass fields with high carrying capacity. And in addition, I have sent you a case study by a soil scientist where the grass field is supporting over 2,000 hours per year, which is 4 times as much use as Palo Alto's grass fields, and it can be used year-round, even through rainy season. So I'm really surprised that the turf study, which was supposed to be comprehensive, doesn't analyze these kinds of alternative approaches to grass fields. Frankly, before the city spent the money on this turf study, we all kind of already knew that typical grass fields can't handle the amount of use we need. We didn't need an expensive study to tell us that. What would be a much more valuable use of this consultant is to have them go talk directly to these professionals who built and manage all these high carrying capacity grass fields and translate that into what would be possible here in Palo Alto with our climate and our soils. So I urge you to have this turf study further developed to include a quantitative analysis of how much carrying capacity a grass field here could achieve with these types of alternative field construction and field management methods. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more public comments.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and thank you, speakers, for your comments. Let's go ahead and move to any announcements of future meetings and agendas.
Chair Freeman, at the beginning of the meeting, you did move item number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We can go ahead and do any ad hoc or liaison. No. Going once, going twice. Commissioner Greenfield, Vice Chair.
Yes, I did attend the first meeting of the San Antonio Corridor Community Group on behalf of the chair who is not able to make it. It's a group that's going to be meeting over the course of about 3 years. There's 5 phases and 6 meetings planned, and fairly well attended. Probably 20 or 30 members of the public, number of members of staff. The committee group itself is about 15 people, and about 2/3 were in attendance.
Thank you.
Middle school
Brown.
athletics met to follow up after the last meeting to confirm direction. And then as aquatics liaison, just letting everyone know that the weekend open swim in the play pool is going through September and maybe in October if the weather stays warm.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Cribbs.
Yes. So funding partners, the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation is having a meeting on Thursday at Mitchell Park at noon to discuss the future.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that, okay, let's move to announcements or future meetings and agendas.
Good evening. Let's see. So September for your regular meeting, what we had was an option to come back with the turf study for an action item. So based on the conversation today, we'll be polling everyone for that special meeting to hear what we had planned for this evening. But for your regular September meeting, we have the turf study, Cubberley update, and then possibly a open space annual update or potentially pickleball. Based on tonight's meeting, I don't think we're going to have that turned around for September. So I think that would be a very ambitious turnaround time. So definitely turf study, Cubberley for September. If we're looking for a third item, we have the open space annual update. October, we have previewed the nature preserve access policy, nature preserve improvement project, and BCCP.
Commissioner, Vice Chair.
Would we, now that we're going to be adding a meeting, the special meeting for turf analysis, would we want to try to move one of the items into that meeting as well, or we're concerned that we end up at 11 o'clock just on the turf study? I'm just looking at, it looks like there's a lot of stuff on the agenda that we're trying to get on. So maybe we want to consider adding an additional item.
You mean for the
Special meeting in a week or two or whatever that is.
Are you asking staff or?
No, I think, well,
It's an open question to
Yeah.
everyone who's still with us.
let's discuss that as a, yeah. All right.
I think it's also something that staff needs to have a conversation internally too, is when we're able to actually get this posted, calendared, polling. I think we need to also flesh out sequencing in terms of how we also get back to council at that date and what are our options. So we might need a little bit of time that we can't, speak to in terms of timing on the fly tonight.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.